Call to order the meeting of the Niles Main District Library for May 15th, 2024.
Okay. Let's see. Trustee Kadir. Trustee Kadir is running late and with prior notice. Trustee Drblick.
Present.
Trustee Shonko. Here. Treasurer Botello. Treasurer Botello is absent with prior notice. Secretary Rosansky.
Here.
Vice President Chonko.
Here.
President Key.
Present. Please stand for the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there a motion to approve minutes?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes and committee report of the April 12th, 2024 bylaws committee meeting.
Second. So the motion is to approve the minutes and committee report of the April 12th, 2024 bylaws committee. Is there any
Oh, that's only
comments?
one page.
I just have a request. Would it be possible as a trustee to receive the potential changes and recommendations that you mention in your minutes, but they're not actually spelled out?
So I think that and correct me if I'm wrong, the other members of the committee, that once we are done with all the meetings and have all the recommendations together, we can give them to you, and in the meantime, you can listen to the recording.
Oh, so you're not taking minutes as you're going through the different items. Okay, fine, thank you.
Okay, take a vote, please.
Thank you. Trustee Kadir. Trustee Drblick.
I'm going to abstain. I wasn't part of this meeting.
Trustee Shonko.
Abstain.
Treasurer Secretary Rosansky.
Okay, yes, whatever I'm supposed to say, I'll say it.
Okay, will be yes or no, so yes, okay. Vice President Chonko.
Yes.
President Key.
Yes.
1, 2, 3. 3 yeses, 2 abstain.
So based on the parliamentary training, because it's a majority of the people who are here, it passes.
You have a motion for the next one?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of the April 17th, 2024 regular board meeting.
Second,
So the motion is to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of the library for April 17th, 2024. I do have a question on this one. On page 5, I think it's on page, yeah, so it says that the original, and this is in the part about the purchasing policy, at the very end of the page says Vice President Trunko moved to approve the purchasing policy with an amended 5% increase from the prior year. But when I was looking at the documents for tonight to talk about that, it actually seems like we were going from 10 to 5 and then to 3. So it's confusing where we were and what part is correct.
would it be okay to just put 5% and not talk about the prior year?
The original motion, from what I remember, was for 5%, and then it was voted basically to table this item. So we didn't actually change the motion to go down to the 3%. The motion said 5%. That's why we put that in the minutes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
But the motion was tabled. A vote wasn't taken?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank
Because I
you.
withdrew my motion.
Right.
That's, I
Yep.
just want to be sure.
And that's on the page 6 at the top.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have,
Anyone else have?
yeah, I have one comment. In trustee comments, right under President King's request for the time limit, we have yeses were 3, and it looks like abstained were 4, when it was only abstained was 1 for Umair, and the other 3 voted no. Feel it's like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines from the bottom
Are you
of
on
page
page 4?
Yes.
Okay.
You'll see it says
Where it
yes.
says I, Kadir Derbelit, no.
No, right
Okay,
here,
abstain Kadir and then
yeah,
no
it's
Okay, I was on the
basically
wrong
like-
page.
No problem, page 4.
typo, sorry
Yeah,
about
no
that.
problem, I
We'll
just,
fix that.
just because otherwise it looks like we had 4 people abstain and there was only 3 voted.
We'll double check the records and make sure. 'cause
Yeah, it was,
yeah.
I checked on
You
it.
checked them?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
Umair abstained and Carolyn, Sue, and I voted no.
Thank
So-
you.
Okay, and then I would just like to amend the minutes to include under public comment my statement that I made to Elliot Asherman after his public comment.
So you have to make an amendment to the motion. and it
Right,
has to
I
be
just
seconded.
did that, okay.
I have a question pertaining to
Can,
this.
can we,
Wait,
can
she
we
did a motion.
continue?
She does have a motion
Let's
to amend
do your
first.
motion, and then I have a question
Did
after
did you
it.
second it? All right, it was second by Sue.
Okay. So the amendment, can you just repeat it, please? Karen?
Oh, I'd like to amend the motion to include my statement to Elliot Asherman, which I made in public comments.
Are you requesting verbatim?
Yes, I think it was one sentence, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Patty, do you have a question?
Yes. I might have misunderstood, but I was under the impression that when we had our training, that verbatim quotes should not be placed in the minutes.
So during the training, the trainer did say if a motion passed to include verbatim
Okay,
quotes.
okay,
We
so
are
that
allowed
if
to
this
add them.
passes, it's in there. If it doesn't,
Yes.
such is life. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Thank you.
I'm gonna
On the
comment
amendment.
on the amended motion, I'm gonna make a comment. I just think we open up a slippery slope if we start putting verbatim comments in, then shouldn't we then verbatim the public comments as well?
Actually, the purpose of my
It's a yes or no
statement,
question.
no, the purpose of my statement was a correction, so it should be verbatim.
But
So I don't know
what-
about your
But
slippery
what are
slope.
you, but what are you correcting? Because his statement's not
It's
in
his
here.
Yeah, his statement isn't in here.
It's his
so
statement's
here's
not in
your
here, so
statement.
you're-
It should be added, that's what she's saying.
So you want Elliot's
I-
statement in there too?
I don't want his statement in there. I made a statement about a correct fact.
I
That's
know,
all I
but
wrote.
what I'm saying is you're asking for a correction to be put in there,
I'm asking for
Can I
it to
finish
be
my- can I
added,
finish my
not to be
statement?
corrected.
but you're asking for your correction that you stated to be put in there. However, you said you made a statement with a correction
And I would like
to-
it included.
Okay, but what are you correcting in the thing? Because in here, there's no public comment verbatim, so nobody's gonna know what you're correcting.
Okay, I'm not, all right, he made a statement, it was incorrect. I repeated the statement correctly.
And I
The
understand
point
that.
I'm trying to make is, the statement is important because it made a point.
So then we have to include Elliot's whole
Well,
statement.
I don't know how you want to handle it, it's
Well,
up
you
to
would have,
you.
otherwise you're correcting something that doesn't exist, is what I'm trying to point out, because you made a correction, which is
I'm
fine.
not correcting it, all you have to do is put my statement, and I made a statement, that's all I'm
But your
asking.
statement was about what Elliot said, and Elliot's statement's not in here.
It doesn't matter, I'm just making
Okay.
a statement.
We're voting on it, so it doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Are we ready for a vote? I think we are, Margaret.
Ready?
This is on the amended motion.
Exactly. So let's see, trustee Kadir, trustee Derblick,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes,
secretary Simpson,
no,
vice president Schoenfeld,
No.
president King?
No.
And trustee Kadir is here.
I have no idea what we're voting on, so I'm
Yeah,
gonna.
I was gonna say, he has to vote on
It's
it.
abstain, abstain.
Yeah, I'm gonna abstain. No, sorry, I'm staying on
It's
that.
okay, didn't know if
So
we're gonna
let's
cut you
vote
off.
on the original motion then, which was to approve the minutes of the April 17th, 2024 board meeting.
With the corrections that they were gonna listen to the video, because, didn't, Mr. Trunco here state something that he
Yeah,
thought?
Yeah,
page-
it's
for
with
page
that
4.
correction,
Yeah,
yes.
with that correction.
With that correction, yeah. Okay, so, let's see, trustee.
I just wanna make sure that's in there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, President King, do you want to tell trustee Kadir?
Yeah,
I'll-
we're
I'll
voting.
tell. So,
We're voting on the meeting minutes of April 17th.
Oh, got
Okay.
it.
But
Okay.
with a
Yeah, I had
correction
no
on
issues.
page 4,
Okay.
that there was only one abstention related to trustee comments, and 3 of the other votes were no's, so it was a typo
Mhm.
during
Oh,
the minutes.
So
got it.
that's,
Okay.
Yeah, no
with that
is this.
correction, we're
Yes.
voting on.
Okay.
Right,
Yeah, I have no issue with the minutes, so.
okay, so trustee Kadir,
Yes.
Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Secretary Rosansky?
Yes.
Vice President Trunko?
Yes.
President Key?
Yes.
Four yeses, 2 noes, passes.
Thank you. Before we begin public comment, I just want to remind us all that the lawyer has advised us that responding to public comment is not advisable.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That our lawyer has advised us responding to public content is not advisable.
Oh.
Just a reminder.
What
And-
attorney is that? Which attorney?
That would be Dennis Walsh from Kleinthorpe and Jenkins.
So for public comment, we have on the list Elliot Osherman.
Good evening, Board. This is Elliot Osherman. As usual, I have given a copy of these comments to your Executive Director for distribution to you so you can follow along. As usual, I address my comments to the entirety of the Board. And as usual, my 9 declarative statements about my not being interrupted nor silenced, nor will we, nor will the community. I will remember Board actions and those of particular individuals, as will we, as will the community, and I will vote on or before April 1st, 2025. In the next library election, only 10 months, 16 days away, as will we, as will the community. Does the library have a possibility of providing hope for the future? I start with a quote from T.S. Eliot, poet. The very existence of libraries affords the best evidence that we may yet have hope for the future of man. Let's try Sidney Sheldon's quote on the role of the library. Author, libraries store the energy that fuels the imagination. They open up windows to the world and inspire us to explore and achieve and contribute to improving our quality of life. And let's try R. David Lenkes, professor and director of the School of Library and Information Science at the University of South Carolina, on defining library qualities. Bad libraries build collections. Good libraries build services. Great libraries build communities. You might be under the impression that the Niles community built the library. It is probably equally true that this great library, as recognized many times in the past through peer recognition, has helped build a community. And let's try Sarah J. Maas, author. Libraries were full of ideas, perhaps the most dangerous and powerful of all weapons. And let's try the view of a TV producer, Russell T. Davies. You want weapons? We're in a library. Books are the best weapons in the world. This room's the greatest arsenal we could have. Arm yourself. Reminds me of Mark Twain's comment about never getting into a battle of wits with an unarmed man. In about 2 months or so, the library board will be dealing with proposing a budget for fiscal year 24 into 25. In the past, some board members, not naming any names, have been unable to see the forest for the trees. Proposing a budget for the next fiscal year is more involved than strictly trying to determine the minimum amount required to keep the library open, keep lights lit, and paying payroll. I suggest you take into consideration the creation of the next strategic plan and take advantage of productive planning for the future. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to make public comment? No.
Valerie, have you received any others via email or?
I have not.
I'd like to motion that we move up item 10A, presentation and action on library staff medical insurance rates, to be the next item on the agenda so that Catherine doesn't have to
A second.
wait.
In your packet, you should have
We have to
received.
vote,
We have
sorry.
to vote.
Sorry, sorry, give me 1 moment. You're jumping the gun there, dear. All right, so let me just mark it this way. Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Secretary Rosansky? Yes. Vice President Trunco?
Yes.
And President Keeling?
Yes.
Okay.
We have our parliamentary training recorded if you're interested in watching it. It was from last Monday. Catherine, can you please introduce yourself? Thank you so much for coming.
I'm Catherine Loney. I work with Alara Group, previously known as GCG Financial. Many still call us GCG Financial, and I've been working with the library over the years, just making sure that we have a good, healthy benefit plan and to be able to negotiate on your behalf some of the savings that we've been able to realize. This plan is a pre-ACA plan or a grandfathered plan, so that's one of the things we take into consideration every year, whether or not to make any changes. And so we do show in the illustrations what the increased premium would be above the current if we were to change that format. So we always like to show you our homework. This is what I call our homework packet, because in order to negotiate or challenge or go back to any of the carriers, we typically go out, we get the renewal, but we always ask Lacey for the census beforehand so that we can do our marketing to be in a good position to argue. I say the only class I really learned anything that is pertinent to today is theories of argument from the University of Iowa. I didn't think I was going to be in the insurance industry, but that's where I was drawn and have been in for about 40 years. So in that, we do like to show, like the first page, we show current to renewal, and then we show the negotiated renewal. The one thing I want to point out on that is Blue Cross has changed. Previously, it seemed like if there was a 5% increase, there was a 5% increase on every coverage tier, whether it was single, single plus spouse, single plus child or children or family. But that has changed over the time, so they do evaluate each coverage tier.
So what, can I ask, I'm not trying to be rude here, but I'm trying to find the exact page. What is the number on the bottom of it?
It's supposed to be 50.
Is it 50?
50, right?
Her
don't have a
pages,
meeting-
yeah,
I
her
don't have a
pages
meeting
are gonna be a
packet.
little different. Let me
Well,
find it.
our page then.
This picture.
Is
She's
it
looking at page 60 in your
Yeah.
packet.
66?
Yeah, for those-
I was
Sorry
gonna say,
about
I'm
that.
going,
No,
I
it's
haven't
okay.
come across it yet. Okay, thank you. Okay, here we go.
So in that sense, you can see that the single premium went up 5.37%. The employee plus spouse went up 1.72%. And then there was a rate decrease for employee plus child or children, 2.82%. And then for full family, which we have no one under at this time, but a decrease of 2.29. So collectively, there was an increase of 3.75 for the medical plan. Initially, they came back and said they wanted 6.9. I challenged it, and then it came down to the 3.75.
Thank you for
Thank
working
you.
for the library.
Yeah, thank you.
So, and in the same sense, then we went on to look your incumbent carrier options. Option 1, wherever you see bold, are things that could change, but this would be going non-grandfathered, and you can see in both senses, it's gonna be a little bit higher because of our current status. The other thing that I want to point out is the one thing that is the beauty of this plan when it was created was that health reimbursement account. And so that strategy that was put in place, not everybody uses those dollars. And so we see approximately 40% of those dollars that would otherwise be budgeted, that's only 40% that's being used. So you're saving internally 60% of those HRA dollars, health reimbursement account dollars. So that's the other component that is a cost savings to this plan. And it's good to keep it at the $2,500, $5,000 in this grandfathered or pre-ACA plan, because that allows us that clean delineation of who's the library pays, or the employee pays the first portion, then if the library picks it up, and then the employee picks up the remainder. So that's been a good working tool for you.
And it's a benefit both to the library because, as you said, there's generally a cost savings, but if someone does experience health concerns, they still have that benefit.
Correct.
So it
It would
benefits
be available.
employees and the budget.
So I did go back to Blue Cross and negotiate the rates before we got the United Healthcare quote, which is on the next page. And you can see that was quite a bit higher at 25.92%, would move to be a non-grandfathered plan. It did have a little lower deductible, but not meriting the cost that it would be. When you look at an actuarial factor, going from the 2,500 to 2,000 did not merit that difference. I know the medical is the primary topic, but we also included the vision option, which was a slight increase, but we haven't had an increase for a period of time, and it is a 2-year rate guarantee. And then the same thing on the next page with the principal. We did receive back a competitive quote from Dearborn, which I wouldn't recommend that we go to, but nonetheless, we received a competitive quote, so principal came back and said that they would hold their rates at the $7.96. So we were appreciative of them holding their rates and no change.
Well, that's good, yeah.
But that is exactly why we like to, at our firm, we like to go out and do our I call it our homework papers, get our homework done so we have food to go after them with.
Thank
So-
you again.
So if there's any questions on those pages,
Yeah, well.
please let me know. And then also the memo, I apologize for the first memo that went out, that was strictly my error. I wasn't adding back in,
You're talking yes now?
yes.
Okay.
So the accurate one, the new one that you got tonight, the lower amount for employee contribution, that is the accurate one. And the question that's been raised in past meetings is, do we pass along the full change in rates to the employees when we have this rate change or adjustment? And we do. However, Lisi made me think about it this time, and it actually helped me think through, because you had a 5% increase on the employee portion, and you pay 85% of that bigger increase, the percentages that are in the memo are accurate. However, it passes along. It's just that the library assumes a larger portion of the employee portion, so it doesn't match up to the actual increases on the spreadsheet, on our homework spreadsheet. Does that make sense?
So is it higher or lower?
The increase?
Yeah, what you're saying, it doesn't match up, so.
It doesn't match up. So when you look at what is the percentage increase, the 5.37% was passed along,
Yeah,
because that was apples to apples. But because you pick up, when we do the equation for the dependent tiers, we subtract out the employee portion, we multiply it times the 70% that you pay on that portion, then we add back in the amount that the employee has to pay, and that's what causes it to be 5.59% versus on the homework page, it showed 1.72%.
oh, okay.
And then likewise, when you do that same equation for the employee plus child or children, it's the same thing. You take out that full premium minus the single, 85%, 70% calculation. So the minus 2.82% that an employee plus child or children would receive was going to be a 6.94% savings. But because of the difference in the calculation is how it works out. So yes, we pass it along, but you do pick up more because of the single.
And just to make a statement for the public as far as the packet that's available on our website, the corrected memo that says requested action background for May 15th, 2024 will be updated online after this meeting. And the board has already received the corrected memo.
Are there any questions? And then included, I always like to have the summary of benefits and coverages. That just delineates everything and how the plan pays. For any questions is what is paid under the medical plan, since it is a large expenditure. we're looking forward to having both the open enrollment meetings, we'll be doing those Zoom, so that people can have them and look at them, whether they attend the meeting or we do a recording. So then
Is it on
people,
Zoom?
it's a Zoom meeting.
Okay.
And then they can have the recording, so we give Lacey the recording, Lacey and Cassandra get the recording, so that they can then either use it for new hires, because we go through each of the benefits that are offered. And then we're also very excited because we're going to have the benefit fair again this year. We're gonna reinstate that, it's been a couple of years. And so Jennifer Stuckey, Amy Abel, and myself, Amy won't be attending, but Jennifer and I will, but we're gathering local vendors as well as some of our benefit vendors to be here on staff, that they can be down in the conference room. Jennifer has her tastes of healthy eating, getting ready. She's already calling me and saying, what do you think about this? What do you think about
I
this?
think we're gonna have smoothies, it's gonna be
Yes.
great.
She goes, there's a freezer right inside. We can do popsicles.
Yeah, it's really
It'll be
convenient.
June, you know? And so we're working towards pulling that together again. The last time we did this, it was a hit. Employees loved it because they could not only ask us questions face to face, but then they could also ask Blue Cross, the representative from Blue Cross. I'm having a challenge with that. And so it was good, and the Park District and getting other local people in to be present as well.
And I want to thank you, Catherine, for that work, and also Cassandra and Lacey for doing the hard work and bringing this back for our employees. They're really looking forward to it, and you're doing a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is part of the fun part of our job.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
So then I would like to make a motion, I think, right, to approve the renewal of the healthcare insurance plan with Blue Cross Blue Shield at the negotiated price beginning on July 1st, 2024 and ending on June 30th, 2025.
Second.
Okay,
All right.
did the flag
Yeah,
hit?
rock,
Which
paper,
one was
scissors.
yours? It was like,
He's,
I have, as long as they've approved it, I have the grandfather.
We'll see. They have to vote.
Just trying to keep this moving.
All set?
Yeah.
Okay. Trustee Kadir?
yes.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Shalfo? Yes. Secretary Rosansky?
yes.
Vice President Shalfo?
Yes.
President Keane?
Yes.
6-0 passes.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank
Well,
Hey, Jason.
Okay, Catherine, thank you very much.
I'm not thinking.
Thank you so much. Let me
Looking
sign
forward
this for
to
you
that.
right now.
Fair, that sounds fun. The next item on the agenda is payment of the bills.
I'd like to make a motion to approve operating expenses of $229,908.71, payroll expenses of $284,706.73, special reserve expenses of $31,894, for a total monthly expense of $546,509.44.
I second.
All right, so the motion is to approve, I'm gonna reread them all, just like we were discussed at our training. So the motion is to approve operating expenses of $229,908.71, payroll expenses of $284,706.73, special reserve expenses of $31,894, for a total monthly expense of $546,509.44. Is there any comments or questions?
I have questions on a couple invoices when I was reviewing checks. On an actual check, can I say the check number or no?
No.
No. One of the checks that I reviewed for Canopy LLC. Rich, can you explain to me what exactly Canopy does and what the library uses this for?
I can. Canopy is a service for the public where they can access films. It's like Netflix, but libraries can't get Netflix. So Canopy is mostly kind of indie and independent films. They also have a section for children's films.
I have a question. Do they get that through their library card? How do they?
Yes, you can access it online or through an app with your library card.
It's like using Hoopla, but for
Mhm.
streaming.
But for movies.
And it's called Canopy?
Canopy with a K.
Interesting.
And then, I have a couple more questions.
Sure.
In reference to Groot, I noticed on the actual bill itself, it says refuse monthly service. I don't understand what that means.
Refuse, like
It's
garbage.
It's garbage.
trash.
Yeah, they're the
Okay.
trash company.
It's not a verb, it's a noun.
But that is, that, I do that all the time. I used to think the word epitome was epitome when I was reading it, so.
You know, when you're reading quickly, it's easy to skip a letter or two.
And then, also, I have another question. Today's Business Solutions, it was established in 1991. I just need to know what we're using this particular software for streamlining, or what are we basically using it for our company to benefit from?
That one, I will have to look into that one.
I know a little bit about TBS. So Total Business Solutions is a technology company that provides the library with, and I am not speaking from using it here. I haven't used it here. I use it at Displays, but like it's a software that you can use to print passes, to use the computer, right, Rich?
Sure, but with regards to the payment of bills, the check is for the software and support covering one of the simple scan stations. I don't know if it's the lower level or the third floor.
It's a self-check or no?
It is a machine that allows you to scan to email, scan to USB, OCR, so optical character recognition. It allows you to also fax.
Thanks,
So
Rich.
it's a software license for that.
And one more.
Mm-hmm.
Competitive Computer Services, CCS.
Mhm.
I know it serves 28 public libraries across the north and northwestern suburbs,
Mhm.
but the database is from April 24th through June 24th.
Mhm.
What is the circulation for that?
CCS is our consortium database, so it's actually our catalog system for the library, and we share that consortium with the 28 other libraries. So it supports our entire catalog system for all users.
Okay. Well, I have one more. Sorry.
Oh, sure.
WebEx, WebLinks Incorporated.
Mhm.
The web design company was established in 2001, but my actual question is, it says annual charge for hosting our website.
Mhm.
What does that include? And it's not BBV accepted. I don't understand that as well.
What, I don't know what you
Better
mean. by-
Business Bureau.
So WebEx is a company that usually, that at least what I've used it for at other libraries, hosts like, it's kind of like Zoom, but they also support websites. So we have to go through some sort of company to support our website. There's no way for us to do that all on our own. And Rich, can you help me out with that as far
Sure.
as how that works?
The library's website, www.nileslibrary.org, is hosted by WebLinks. They're also the developer of the website, the most recent reader iteration of the website that I believe was in 2001.
Mhm.
So since that time, we went to them to be the host, as well as they're the developer.
I think your question was they're not PBB accredited? Was that
Right.
the- Okay.
I can't speak to that. I
Okay.
mean,
Yeah.
we went out, actually to request for proposals. At the time, the head of publicity and marketing, spearheaded that. They were the lowest qualified, and the library engaged them. I believe we're happy with the website. And I'm happy from my part is the hosting part, and I'm happy that the library's website its availability is 99.9%. It's not going down. Updates are being made. I'm happy for that perspective.
So it's
And I
unlocked many digital successes then for the library?
Yeah, I mean, it's our platform in the digital space, right? People go there to get to the catalog, to get to our events, to Hoopla and Canopy and all the other services that we have as subscription services, so of course.
It does. It keeps us functional and available 24/7 when the library is closed.
Thank you.
I just had one question. Last month, I don't know at what part of the meeting, but we were discussing HR Source. And there were some suggestions to consider another company other than HR Source. And the response was that we had a contract And what I noticed was, it looks like in May, we actually renewed that contract.
Mhm.
So if in April we were interested in looking at other possibilities, wouldn't that have been a good time to do that?
I would not have had time to find competitors, and as far as I'm aware, there are not many competitors to HR Source in the area. HR Source services many of the libraries in the area for what they do, especially for specializing in libraries. And I would not, like I said, have had time to look into competitors in less than a month when our renewal was up.
So that was the reason, but why would we need to go to, why would we need HR assistance from someone like HR Source? I mean, there are other options that we could have reviewed. And I thought with trustees asking that question, we should have at least been given some consideration.
Like I said, there would have not have been any time between April and May for me to be able to find a competitor with all of the other tasks that I've been assigned recently. We do need some form of support for Cassandra. She is newer in her position. Actually, congratulations, Cassandra, on your 1 year.
Thank you.
We appreciate having you here.
Yeah, I think it's today,
Yes.
right? Yes, congrats.
Also, their helpline offers they have labor attorneys that are included in our subscription price, so it saves us money on calling the library's attorney on certain questions. Because they have labor attorneys, it's much cheaper than calling Dennis, depending upon the situation. If it's an extreme situation, of course, we would call the library's attorney. But for HR questions that are in-house questions, we contact them. They also offer trainings and conferences and things of that nature that really
Right.
support us.
Right, I'm familiar with what they do, but I was just taken back that there was an interest to look elsewhere. And then I learned a month later, we were not, we actually had time before we renewed the contract. So I just wanted to clarify that. All right,
I
well,
don't
thank
think
you
you
for
were
your
given an actual
explanation.
directive to stop the
I don't
contract with
think you
them
were
or to
either.
look for someone else.
Not as far as I was aware.
No, we asked the question and the response
Right.
was, we're under contract. So in other words, if we were under contract, you wouldn't be able to do that. But actually, the contract was ending.
But she was not given an official directive from the
Well,
board.
because we weren't told the contract was ending, you had a month before it needed to be renewed.
I
I
understand.
just noticed that in the check, so I brought it up. But thank you for
Well,
explaining.
may I make a suggestion? If you want that revisited, give our director enough time before the next contract is up so that she can have,
When is the next contract up? I guess that would
is
be the
it in a
question, right?
year?
In a year.
So maybe like February of next year to revisit?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Well, I guess I
this
would have
way it
liked to
gives
hear
her
that
enough
response when we talked about it last month as well. I just like to have, I like people to be upfront and give us as much information when we ask the question.
So
So
at
otherwise, if I
the-
didn't look at the checks, I wouldn't have even known that there was, that we were up for renewal. But now I know that, so thank you. Yes, I will definitely keep it in mind.
At the time I was asked the question, I did not know that our renewal was up in a month, but as I said, I would not have had time to look into other vendors with a
Got it.
short amount of time.
Okay, Margaret. The motion on the table is to pay the bills, just so you know.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Trustee Kadir,
Yes.
trustee Derblick,
Yes.
trustee Shelfer,
Yes.
secretary Rosansky,
Yes.
vice president Trumpo,
Yes.
president Keen.
Yes.
6-0 passes.
Valerie, since Treasurer Botello is not here, are you comfortable?
Well, he usually gives his own report. He has not submitted anything, so
okay.
I don't have anything outside of what's in the packet.
Okay.
You want to
And I
read what's in the
guess
packet or just let it be? It's on the record. What's in the packet?
Yeah, it's, do we have a document from him?
He usually creates a separate document.
Doesn't
He
he?
hasn't,
And he
yeah.
reads from there?
Yeah, he hasn't submitted anything, so I don't have anything.
Well, unless
additional.
someone wants to just read over it. Do we
I mean,
need
it's
to
already in
read
the
it? It's in
it's
there.
in the
I don't,
record,
yeah,
right?
I
So-
get it. I think he just reads it because he's the treasurer. I get it. So we're fine.
So I would suggest if you had any questions for him, you could just email him. He's still in town. So then the next item on the agenda is the executive director's report.
Okay, I will just read through what I have here in the packet. So the bid opening for the roof project was postponed and is now scheduled on May 17th, 2024 at 10 a.m. in the boardroom. I continue to seek proposals for comparison of library legal representation and consultation with trustee Kadir. Thus far, I have received one proposal and I'm seeking at least 2 others. I have shared that one proposal with trustee Kadir. We placed additional chairs in the library vestibule due to an increase in patrons waiting for the bus. The maintenance team anticipates that the benches outside of the main entrance will be up within 2 weeks.
Cool.
Thank you to the board for supporting my attendance at the PLA conference. I really appreciated that, and I just wanted to highlight some of the subjects of the conference trainings that I attended included crisis communication, data-informed decision-making, diverse librarianship, current issues in library operations, staff mentorship, and having difficult conversations. These will all make me a stronger leader, and I also met vendors for potential library wish list items, including a bookmobile and a strategic planning consultant. It was a wonderfully enriching experience, and I'll be sharing what I learned with the leadership team since my sessions focused mainly on library management. And then there were several questions asked at the last board meeting related to the bill specifically. So I'm going to read off the questions and the answers that were sent to the board. So one of the first questions was, what does other refer to in the patron section of the statistics sheet? And the answer is that on the monthly stats under the patron section, there is an other line which refers to a library card that is not in our district, that is for area teachers, for patrons who may have once been in our district but notified us of a new address, and unserved Glenview cards for kids and non-resident fee cards. Another question was, what were the 3 payments made to the Village of Niles last month? The payments were made to the Village of Niles last month for the monthly water bill, the monthly sewer bill, and business and vending machine license renewals. Another question was, why do some invoices have POs and others don't? The answer is that we do not create POs for invoices that are paid by administration for recurring operational expenses such as utilities, because they only need the director's approval. Another question was, why are POs dated after an invoice date? The answer is we use POs as an accountability measure in most cases, and not in the traditional sense to indicate to a vendor that we will pay them before an invoice is generated, although we do have some of those as needed. Most of our POs are created in our accounting system after we receive an invoice, so supervisors can sign off on it, and that makes sure that I know that the department head is aware of and has approved the expense before it comes to me. Another question is, why are accounts listed in different areas on different financial documents? The answer is that sometimes we will order items from the same vendor, such as Amazon, for different departments to save on shipping costs and be more efficient. When this happens, there's not enough space on the account line of the approval stamp that we use on documents to enter all of the account numbers on. The correct account number is written next to the items belonging to that account. Lisi, who does a wonderful job as our business coordinator, will now be writing account, the abbreviation ACCT for account, next to where these numbers are written on the document so they're easier for reviewers to see. And the last question was, is it legal for the library to buy lunch for vendors who do not ask for payment to host a table at a library event? And the answer is that according to the library's attorney, yes, it is legal. That's all I had for my report.
One quick comment, there's a typo in the spelling of my name in bullet point 2 on page 22. Correct that on the
First page.
Is it double E?
Second point.
Yeah.
I am so sorry. Thank you so much.
And I just wanted to point out that maybe my questions were a little unclear, but what I noticed and I was questioning was that the POs, the invoices that did not have POs were identical. So they were both legal invoices. One had a PO attached to it, the other one didn't. So it's the same type of expense. So what I tried to say was there seemed to be some inconsistencies, and I was concerned about the process that we have in purchasing. And I think it's extremely laborious for Lisi, because I've seen a lot that goes on in what she has to do. And I was strongly urging that we consider a more electronic process, because she takes care of a lot of the purchasing at the bottom level and at the top. And being the administrative person, a lot of that should be done before she gets it. I just feel when she has to do everything, things seem to just get lost. But I did have one thing that I wanted to bring out. And
Before you move forward, can I ask Lisi, how do you feel about your workload? Are you comfortable with the way things are going?
Absolutely.
I've been doing it for 7 years now.
Perfect.
We're getting into where the role of governance doesn't fall into the role of managing that.
So then the inconsistencies are just what they are, fine. But I did have a question about the purchase order. I'm trying to understand your explanation that you don't need to, you use them for an accountability measure.
Yes.
So I've seen invoices that are approved for payments, but then we create a PO. So what's the accountability measure for the purchase order then, if it's already been approved?
I'm not sure what you mean. Typically, what happens is if an invoice needs to go to a department head or someone other than just myself, a PO is created so that they go into our electronic system and approve it before it comes to me electronically. The ones that don't have a PO typically come to only me, such as the utility bill, because that wouldn't necessarily go to a department
Yeah, these
head.
aren't utility bills. So what I was seeing were invoices that were approved. There's a little box and somebody approves it. And then the PO was printed after that. So does that PO go to somebody else after the invoice was approved? Is that the accountability?
No, so if you have questions about an invoice and you see them in time, if you can send them to me, or if we can sit together while you're looking at the invoices.
Well, maybe we could just ask Lisi. She may understand what
Well,
is my
Val-
question.
Valerie,
is what
can,
we're
can,
here
can,
for.
Valerie, can I ask a question? There's a process for the POs and paying the bills and everything, correct?
There is.
Okay, so I've been a trustee officially a year today, because a year ago we swore in. And I haven't, I'm guilty of it myself, there was no training on that process. Is there a way that we can either make a video, or can we sit down as trustees and go through the whole process? I mean, a video would probably be best, so that way Lisi and yourself didn't have to go through hours upon hours of it. But that we could get some sort of training to understand the whole process, because I'm more than comfortable understanding the process, as we've had conversations when I've had questions prior to the meeting about bills and invoices. But I just want to make sure that maybe all the trustees need to see that, and maybe that's the easiest way to do it, because right now what we're asking, we're getting into that executive director versus board, and if we could do something like that, that would really benefit the board, so that we'd understand it's a collective unit, that would be great. I mean, I don't know if that's something we could do, or if maybe Rich could help with that, or, pull
That's
it together for a
absolutely
couple hours.
something we could
If
do,
a
whether.
video, we can look at at our own
But is
pace.
that not even crossing the line of governance and management right
Well,
there?
Well,
That's
because it's the
micromanagement.
fiduciary, it's the
Yeah,
financial
true.
aspect of it, of understanding our PO process. Otherwise, we're gonna continue to have these questions if we understand the process. Like, for instance, I had a question, and I talked to Roberto yesterday. I also had questions earlier in the week and talked to Valerie. If we're not taking our time before the meetings to do that, and asking in the meeting and putting people on the spot in the meeting where we're not setting them up to be successful, then maybe if we understood the full process as a board, then maybe it wouldn't be so, the questions wouldn't be so much, because we would understand the process. I think we as a board don't understand the process, and if we're voting on the bills and things of that nature, we should understand somewhat of a process that goes on with that. And Valerie and I have sort of had this conversation, and actually, we both agreed to this on a call the other day about how this would be beneficial for the board, so.
So what I've been working on with Lisi and the other staff is one of my goals for my first year as director, and it does take quite some time, so I can't promise that this can be made by next month or anything like that, because it is a bit laborious, is I've sat with Lisi in detail, we've gone over our processes. I've also talked to Sikich, who looks at our financials every month. They never have any concerns with our financials. But I understand that, again, as a board, you want to understand what you're voting on, and that's fair, and be able to communicate it to the public. So I'm working on an operations manual for every section of the building, but that's going to take about a year, to be quite honest, that level of work. And so what I can work with Lisi on is writing out a procedures manual for what she does and what I do, and then I can share that with the board so that you understand the basic procedures of what we go through. It might be difficult in a video, although I could put like a PowerPoint as a type of video to go through, but it does take some work, and I know during the bylaws committee meetings, we've started discussions of potentially myself and trustee Trunco working on an orientation process for trustees. But that's something that takes time to go through. So this will definitely be a component of that, and I'm happy to go through that. I think it's easier than training each individual, and we would have something to refer to in the future. So I will add that to my task list.
Okay, I think this is great to hear all of this. I think we're getting to a much more laborious process. The question that I brought up initially was simply, purchase orders are generated before an order is even placed. But in our library, they're done at the end. I just wanted justification for why you would do that, especially if you received an invoice. It's common practice, the purchase order is the first step. I don't need you to create a video, and I don't need you to go through all of that. I just wanted to know why our process was different. So whatever your explanation is.
Incorrect. As a former VP of purchasing for a major internet company.
Well, that makes two of us, so I
That's great.
can only disagree with you.
Okay, I have definitely made purchase orders well after a shipment has arrived of items and things.
Well,
of that
we
nature.
in a corporate structure, it's
I
the
work
first
in a
step.
very big corporate world of.
Right, I'm not here to
couple
debate, but
$100
thank you
million
for your
company.
time.
Great. I'm just trying to help you out, Carolyn.
Oh,
Alright, let's move
by
on.
no means,
Valerie,
please
I
don't
have
need
a
to do that.
question.
Okay.
Just reviewing when you went to the actual conferences.
Yes.
For just the month alone, we spent $5,236.11
Mhm.
for individuals that actually did attend that particular conferences.
Mhm.
I don't find that these few sentences that are actually in the packet
Mhm.
really express what you actually partaked in and what we're going to do to actually formulate the library to conceive or model the library to make it work.
Mhm.
Do you have additional details, exactly what that you're going to be giving the library or going to do for the library?
So as I mentioned, I'm gonna bring them back to the managerial team, all of these different subject areas. Cassandra and I have been doing trainings with the leadership team about once a month in our leadership meetings. And during those leadership meetings, I will be discussing the contents of what I learned, such as crisis communication, for example, with the leadership team, so that they then also have those tools to communicate during a crisis if they're a person in charge of the building, for example. So my experience during PLA, like I said, is specifically focused on bringing tools back for our management staff.
And then they're gonna incorporate it within our library to be more beneficial.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I just have one question.
Sure.
Were these programs or presentations, or are these just keywords? These aren't the names of the.
That's not the exact title of them, but those were the topic areas of specific presentations that I did attend.
Are these presentations available for staff that you attended?
Some of them offered their PowerPoint presentations, some of them are just notes that I've taken, and I will develop my own presentation to
No, but
talk
I
to
meant
staff
there was no
about.
website where whatever you
No, so
participated
whoever
in.
paid for the conference, they then have access to those slides and things, but it's not something I can make available to everyone
To the
because of the
staff.
proprietary nature of some of
Okay,
it.
all right.
So if they have shared their slides, I am able to share the slides with the staff because I was participating, but I'm not always able to share every bit of it, so that I have to make my own presentation for
Oh,
some
I
of
see what you're
these.
saying. Okay, well, thanks for explaining.
Sure.
Copyright issue.
Oh, and just one last thing about library lunches, and I think you said, the attorney said, yes, you can do this.
Yes.
I have checked federal law and different state organizations where paying for lunches for anyone is considered a violation against the tax codes. And I was wondering if Dennis, and I know I was a stickler for this, whenever I asked a question and he would give me his opinion, I would ask him if he could just cite where he got that, because it is impossible for me to find anything locally that agrees with this.
You are welcome to contact him if you like. I didn't ask him specifically to cite anything, I just asked the question as it was
Because
posed.
I'm just surprised that at every other level of government, it is not acceptable. So I'll send him an email then.
I think that he's he's already answered the
I
question.
was
I don't
gonna
know that we
say,
need to spend more money on
did
asking him the
you-
same
Yeah, I
question
received
again.
the
Well, then I'll be
Okay.
honest with you, then according
maybe
to
you should
federal law,
talk
we
to
shouldn't be
Umair,
doing it.
because Umair
Well,
talked to
I-
him about it.
Oh, you already
No,
talked
I
to
mean, I
him?
didn't talk to him about it, I was CC'd on the email though.
Oh, all he
You
said
know,
was yes.
If you want, if you want the statutory site, we can ask him for the statutory site, but,
I don't know that there is one, and
We're at
it's,
127% of our
It's-
financial budget towards lawyers, so let's ask him a question for the second time instead of accepting that the lawyer knows what he's talking about. That makes sense.
well, I think you've questioned the lawyer quite a bit
I have.
in the past year,
I have. I also
so
haven't
if you
spent the
don't
money, though.
cite, how do you accept someone's just opinion?
Because we pay him as a lawyer. So I trust
Doesn't
my
matter,
lawyer.
legal is legal, but let's move on.
Let's-
I don't wanna compete with you, trustee Trunko.
No competition.
All right, so what's next?
One board.
That was, we were just discussing the director's report.
Mhm.
I appreciated the answers you put in from the questions from last month. I thought that was
Yes.
helpful. I didn't realize it was gonna make more,
More,
but I appreciated that.
yes, so did I, thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm. I don't have any questions or comments. I don't know if any, I think everyone else started before when I was in the. So we're on to 9 communications, which I don't know that we had any of, right, Valerie?
I believe that I put in the chapters from
Yes.
Oh, I put those on there.
standards. Let me get
Okay,
to it.
so what page, so I can flip to,
46.
46.
okay, this stuff doesn't have pages, okay. Okay. There, I got it, right here, okay, thank you.
So as part of the ongoing continuing education, I'm reading from the checklist sections of serving our public 4.0 standards for Illinois public libraries. Because there is no checklist for building infrastructure and maintenance, I'm going to go through the standards as they are numbered on page 46 and 47. So, standard number 1, the library maintains an inventory of all facility systems, including sufficient basic information that can be used in maintenance operations. This list should be prepared by the library administrator. I do delegate that to Rich because he is the person who is more familiar with that, so he maintains that. The library's facility inventory system list should be consolidated in an easily accessible document which is made available in electronic format such that it can be accessed by key staff at all times remotely. Do we have that, Rich?
PDF.
It's a PDF, perfect. An ongoing maintenance checklist of building maintenance that needs to be done on a routine and ongoing basis should be kept, and Rich does send me that once a month what he's working on. Ongoing maintenance is a preventative measure to ensure that facility systems do not fall into a state of disrepair. Ongoing maintenance can extend the service life of many items and reduce frequency of breakdowns. As an example, elevator inspections and maintenance are typically performed based on a regular schedule and contracted through an annual maintenance contract. The library's operating budget should include funds for all ongoing maintenance costs. The library should maintain a periodic repair checklist of repairs to the facility that may be required on a periodic basis, typically more than 1-year intervals. Periodic repairs should be performed to extend service life of certain facility systems and to prevent further deterioration of the systems. When performed in a timely fashion, periodic repairs can address small issues before they become larger and more costly problems. The library budget should allocate funds for periodic repairs in either of its operating budget or its special reserve fund. The library should have a list of all projected building capital projects. Capital projects are those projects that involve major repairs, rehabilitation, and/or replacement of facility systems. Such projects are implemented when a facility system has reached the end of its service life or when defects in the original construction necessitate major repairs or replacement. A capital improvement plan is something that I have on my goals list for the next year, and it is something that Rich maintains, but we don't have, as far as I'm aware, an official, 20-year plan. Am I right?
Correct. We have both the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire protection that we update every 5 years, which we're updating currently. I was doing that today most of the day. As well as the site and ground every 5 years. allow those funds for those plans.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Yep.
The library develops a capital reserve fund that will fund major capital projects, which Rich was just referring to. Annual contributions to such a fund will allow the library to have sufficient funding to take care of the needed project. In general, any item that cannot be accounted for in the library's operating budget should be accounted for in the library's capital reserve fund. The library should have a capital asset plan, which is what I was referring to. This plan can be written by the library administrator or by an outside professional. A capital asset plan will project facility funding needs over a 10, 15, and 20-year period. The Board of Trustees should review the library capital plan on an annual basis to ensure all projects are addressed. Every 3 to 5 years, review and update the capital asset plan to be certain all costs and interest rates are current. All warranties, manuals, contact information, and other such documentation should be organized and consolidated for easy access, and the library should strive to make its building as environmentally friendly as possible. Are there any questions about that section? Perfect. The next section is the safety checklist on page 49. So the library provides a list of emergency call numbers.
So you're skipping over 48?
Yes, I just do the checklist part when there's a
Okay,
checklist.
okay, fine.
Mhm.
I'm just asking, so
So
I can follow.
what happens in the chapter before is it talks about these in a small bit more detail.
Okay, no problem.
So,
Want to make sure I'm where you're reading.
sure, page 49 under the safety checklist.
Mhm.
The library provides a list of emergency call numbers at all staff phones in the library, which is true, they're actually programmed into the phone. The library has a floor plan that shows entrances, exits, location of emergency supplies, fire alarms, and fire extinguishers. The library has an emergency manual and disaster plan. The library provides emergency training for staff, including fire and tornado drills, use of fire extinguishers, and location of the first aid kit, Narcan kit if we have one, and an automated external defibrillator. The library provides a call list and contact information that is reviewed biannually. Emergency medical supplies are stored in a designated location and are accessible to staff. Emergency equipment such as electric, gas, and water switches, fire extinguishers, and fire alarms are noted on a library floor plan and are tested biannually. A prioritization list shows what should be salvaged in order of importance. A building safety checklist includes daily, weekly, quarterly, semi-annual, and annual safety procedures. A procedure exists for letting staff know when it is unsafe to enter the building, and we're very good about that. The library has a designated tornado shelter, which is in our CMR on the first floor. Emergency exits and evacuation routes out of the library and to the tornado shelter are clearly marked. Fire extinguishers are clearly marked. The library provides adequate security for staff, users, and collections, and we've been talking about that, and we'll talk about that later in this meeting. The library has a strong relationship with local police and community safety personnel and communicates with them on a regular basis about safety issues affecting the library. At least 2 people, one of whom may be a volunteer, shall be on duty during all open hours of operation. We have several more than that because of the size of our library. Copies of the emergency manual and disaster plan are provided to community safety personnel, and a policy for security camera usage has been adopted and signage is posted. We do not have that. That is something I would also like to add as one of my goals for the next year. Are there any questions?
Do we have a Narcan kit?
As far as I'm aware, we do not have Narcan.
Can we get one?
I believe that we can talk to the local fire department about potentially getting one, so I do. We do? We have Narcan?
Yeah.
Sorry, I did not know that.
Some of us are trained.
Okay, we do have trained staff.
Right.
Thank you, sorry about that. Learn something new every day.
Thank you. So we are on to new business again. Item 10B, action on proposed salary schedule from HR source. Would you like to speak to that, Valerie?
I think you need to make a motion first.
Mm-hmm. That's the agenda
Alright.
item.
So the motion is to approve the proposed salary schedule from HR source.
A second.
What does it mean to approve a salary schedule and salary is discretionary?
That's why I was asking for Valerie to,
Okay.
she can.
Okay. So, on page 66, 67, and 68, we have information, so I believe in December, before I was hired, the board approved hiring HR Source to do a benchmarking and compensation structure project for non-union staff at the library. And this proposed salary schedule for non-union staff is the result of that project. As indicated in the report that's included on page 68, HR Source used 5 different sources of data and worked very closely with myself and Cassandra to compile this. In my familiarity with other area libraries, this is very much in line with current industry trends as far as salary schedules. I am familiar with the benchmarking process. I've been through it at my previous library, and the process that was followed goes in line with the library data survey. So I know some of the trustees had questions about getting the data itself. For this meeting, I was able to talk to Catherine later this afternoon. I was not able to get the data printed out, but it is emailed to the board, what we have access to. So there's a little bit more data in this report related to where specific employees fall in these pay ranges, and we are in line with these current pay ranges as far as the current staff that we have in these positions. So this is not out of line of what we are currently paying. And we also have the library survey, the 2023 library survey that's referenced on page 68. Access to the other data costs between $400 and $800 per survey. And the data from the Economic Research Institute, HR Source could not sell to us. We could reach out to ERI ourselves if we wanted to purchase that data, but I was informed that HR Source pays $5,500 a year to have access to that data if the board wanted it. So, but in my experience, again, with my experience with benchmarking, the data that I've seen, and in working closely with Cassandra and with Catherine from HR Source, this is a very reasonable salary schedule, updating us from what we currently have, which is from 2021 and prior to us having a union. So these all fall in line again with the positions that are outlined here.
So we're not looking at any sort of major changes or anything like that. We're right where we should be.
We're where we should be. It is an increase from the previous salary schedule, but we've also been giving raises to our staff from 2021. It has gone up, so they are again in line with the range that every position is in line with the range that we have, except for one position that is very slightly above by like $200.
Which position is that?
The position of business office coordinator is very slightly above.
And can I ask, how many positions are we talking about here? I know these are titles, but how many individuals?
13 positions.
Just 13
Just
people?
13 people.
And HR Source was not able to give us information, or did you say you sent us an email?
I sent you an email. I wasn't able to print it out before the meeting because I only talked to her maybe half an hour before this meeting, so I wasn't able to print everything out, but I did send the board an email.
Okay, because my last email that I saw from you was that there would be a cost if you asked for data.
That was from yesterday, so I talked to her today, right before this meeting. And there is a cost, like I mentioned. So some of the survey data would cost $400, some would cost $800, and ERI, if we could even get it, could cost upwards of $5,500.
So there's no way we can look at the data that they used to come up with this?
You can look at the one survey we do have access to, which comprises 50% of how they compiled this. I did send in an email. It's the HR Source 2023 library survey.
It's a survey?
It's a survey.
And it would compare our library positions with another
With
library?
all other libraries in the area that participated in the survey, which is a large number of them. In the survey, it lists the libraries that participated.
And what's the data? Does it show the difference between what our staff does and what they do?
So what the survey shows, for example, for library director, it has a very brief job description. So it's not a full job description, but it's a couple of paragraphs. And then it shows you the mean, median, and mode pay rates based on different information, such as the population served at your library, such as the number of staff that work at the library, such as the operating budget. And then there's a mathematical formula that you use to combine those different categories and compare the other categories in the survey data based on the job descriptions that Cassandra and I have updated to submit for this project.
Cassandra, didn't Lisa Callaway use those same surveys for some of the union negotiating?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
'Cause
She had-
she had HR source surveys, I know that she.
Yeah, and there were things where she compared
For
like that.
Lisa Callaway, I mean, she wasn't involved with our salaries though.
No, unions.
But when we were,
Union
I guess what I'm,
discussion.
never mind.
I'm sorry, I don't know, what did Lisa use
I
HR
seem to
source
remember
for?
that she had some surveys from HR source that were comparing different library salary schedules
Oh,
like that, so
but
we could
that's
figure out from.
That's similar to the survey that Valerie's referencing.
That's what I'm
It's
trying
the
to point out.
all-encompass, I'm sorry, excuse me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so-
so that is an annual survey that also just gives a list of libraries that submit information, and it comes up with a
Right,
data
so
on that.
the board, or at least part of the board has seen these kind of surveys before when we were doing union negotiations.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking these are very similar things.
Valid question for you. What does it mean to approve this? Like, I don't get it. Like, okay, we have this information. Like, what is there to approve? It's just, it is.
Sure. Boards are supposed to approve a salary schedule annually because it gives the minimum and the maximum pay rate for certain positions, so that when I hire for new positions, I know what range to hire within. Because in my delegation of authority, for example, I've been approved to hire up to the range midpoint for certain positions.
Oh, got it. Okay, I see what
So
you're
that's
saying.
part of it, and
Okay.
also it helps make sure that within the market rate, we are competitive, we are paying fairly so that we can maintain the staff that we have.
Right. No, isn't it, but I guess what I'm asking, isn't that a question of raises and things of that nature as opposed to a question of, like, which is under your purview as opposed to ours? So we're just approving the salary schedule and then you deal with the details?
Yes, that's the
Okay.
point, so
Got it.
this is the
I
board
just
level approval.
wanted to understand
And
what
this
we're
gives me
approving.
the
Make the motion right
parameters
away,
to work
'cause I-
Yeah.
within. Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah, because I
Cool.
didn't hear a motion.
Well, I made it in the end.
Okay,
yeah,
because there's,
okay, if we're in the range pretty much up across the board, then I'm good with that.
Yep.
but
Let's
can
take
we
a vote.
please have the motion reworded before we?
Oh, I can read it to you again. The motion
Before we
is
vote
to
on it.
approve, the motion is to approve the proposed salary schedule from HR source.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
You got that?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
just
got it.
making sure.
Thank you for doing that.
Mhm.
Trustee Kadir? how about-
Yes.
Trustee Derblick?
I'm gonna have to abstain. I have no data to understand the comparatives.
Yeah, what are the actual libraries that we're in comparison?
We're in the vote,
Trustee Schoenfeld?
We're in what book?
in the vote,
Oh.
we're voting.
No, I abstain.
Secretary Rosadski?
Yes.
Vice President Shonko?
Yes.
President Keen?
Yes.
4 yeses to abstain passes.
I move to approve the expenditure not to exceed $34,770 for the purchase of a rooftop unit from Carrier with an authorized impress check for the required 50% deposit.
Second.
Okay, so Rich has provided us with a lot of information. Does anyone have any questions or comments before?
Oh, I have a question. Rich, is this something we're doing like immediately?
Yes,
hoping
it's, we'll order it tomorrow or on Friday. Hopefully the backlog in terms of getting the equipment will be, at this point, due to the fact that most of, we had a few changes as Valerie reported with regards to the roof. That has pushed that back, so the roof is more than likely going to be scheduled in late summer, early fall. So we should have enough time to get the RTU. We want to make sure that we get the curb installed with the roofers, so we're not penetrating a brand new roof surface with holes.
Right.
So that's what.
Okay, great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, Mark?
Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Shoko?
Yes.
Secretary Rosetsky?
Yes.
Vice President Shoko?
Yes.
President
Oh,
Keating?
this
Yes.
is still carrier, so.
6-0 passes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the expenditure not to exceed $9,800 for the purchase of LED light fixtures from Wesco Distribution, Inc., with an authorized impress check for the required 100% prepayment.
I second.
I would like
Questions?
to amend the motion. I amend the motion to include a specific number of LED light fixtures and identifying the specific location for the fixtures in the library.
Second.
When you're ready, Margaret.
So it's basically to, you want to amend it to include specific number of fixtures and,
Identifying the specific
locations,
location
gotcha.
for the,
So
So
we left a
we
conversation about
vote
this?
for that
Yes.
first.
Absolutely,
We
we
have
are allowed to
conversation.
have conversation, yes, but
Yeah.
the first person that has the right of conversation is the person who made the amendment, so do you have anything you wanna say first, because you made the
oh, you want
amendment?
to have a conversation?
No, I'm just asking if you
If
have.
you want to say something, you're
Oh, yeah,
entitled to say
actually,
first.
I'm asking that we identify specifically how many fixtures we're purchasing and where they'll be located. In addition, I don't view this as an emergency purchase, and I don't see the need for an impress check, but more importantly, I think we should I strongly discourage authorizing 100% of the payment. And I would like to think that Wesco is not the only manufacturer or distributor that we can buy these from. Not putting the library in that situation with a 100% payment in advance. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Rich, I do have a question. In terms of those lights that you wish to replace, the lights that we were up on the second floor, those round lights, they throw out a lot of light. And I don't understand why we would want to replace those.
Oh, absolutely. So as I indicated in the motion background, it's the current circular or globe lights are positioned uniformly in the ceiling space, but not in a way where it fully illuminates all the shelving. So what you have is you have aisles specifically where the DVDs are from 2014. It's not a new thing. It's not an emergency. This is something that we budgeted in the reserve, from the budget. So it's a budgeted plan. We're just executing it now. And so what we're trying to do is put linear lights like they are here, but downward and upward facing, in order to illuminate all the shelving. Because there's at least 2 aisles that are pretty much pitch black. And you can kind of see in the picture, that's why I provided the picture for you, where you see in the first picture on the second page, you see the two that somewhat straddle inside or within that row. But the very next one, there's no fixture above it. Because again, the fixtures were designed aesthetically to please the eye and to provide a uniform light. However, when you have shelving that's approximately, let's see, about 6.5, 7 feet tall, and you have a globe that's on the other side of the shelf and no other light source, then you get darkness and shadows. And so what we're trying to do is alleviate that, because people literally sometimes have flashlights to look on those DVDs. And that's what we're doing. And we're trying to use the same fixtures that we've used in other locations. So in the youth area, when you walk in past the arch to the right, it was the same kind of situation. There was not globes, but they looked like tops or something.
Yeah.
At one point, when they first came in, they were colored. So they had translucent plastic inside, which started to kind of burn, and we took those out. That's why they're no longer beautiful colors, they're just white. But even that did not help. There is a strip of downward spotlights, but they are not for every row, so we ended up putting 3 in there. And then a few years, you might remember, in the cafeteria, they had what was LED lights, but tiny globes, and they were like mood light, as opposed to actually providing light, and so we replaced it with the same thing. There are two fixtures technically, but the fixtures are rows that are 32 feet in length. In the motion background, I did put in the information that it's budgeted replacement of LED light fixtures above the second floor DVD shelves. We didn't put it into the motion text, but that's where they're going, not going anywhere else. And why we're using the particular vendor, Wesco is where we bought several $100,000 worth of lighting in 2014. That was the subsidiary for Senate Electric, who was the winning contractor for doing electric. We don't have an actual an account with them, so that's why they have to charge us 100%, because they're ordering it from Corelight, which is it's Cooper Lighting. Corelight is the subsidiary of the particular light. So we have bought for them before, as you know. I've just explained two other areas. And it's a significant savings now that Wesco was awarded a pre-bid contract. So last time we bought these, I think I calculated it to be probably around $12,000 for the same fixtures if we were not to use the competitive pricing of the pre-bid contract. So, it's a vendor that's here, they're going to order it.
And they've been reliable in the
They've been
past, right?
absolutely reliable. Part of the contract also is free shipping, so we don't have to pay the freight. It's the FOB, so from the buyer's perspective, so.
Perfect, and I'd also like to add that this increases our level of accessibility for patrons who have low vision or who are unable to see parts of our collection. During my interview process, one of the things that I wanted to focus on in shelving and lighting and things of that nature is improving accessibility throughout the building. So I strongly support this. I know it's not an emergency, but since it was already budgeted, and because we have been getting complaints from patrons since I've been here and before, this would be a really valuable investment for the library.
So you're purchasing 2 of these for the entire room? Am I misunderstanding?
Just over the DVDs.
So it's just that section?
Yes, just like the picture shows. If you look, those angled shelves, there's 6 globes there, and those 6 will be removed, and 2 rows will go. Each row is 32 feet long.
So that answers the question of how many and where they are.
So there are 6 units, or 6 shelving units, and you're
There are
ordering?
6 globes, light fixtures currently, that will be removed, and in their place, 2 rows of 30-foot long light fixtures. 32 feet long.
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 rows that'll have, each will have 2 of those?
The way if I'm understanding correctly, Rich, the lighting goes in the same
Page
direction
82.
as the shelving?
As always.
or
Yeah,
No,
82.
perpendicular to the
Through-
shelving, so,
It's slightly askew,
Yeah.
because those
Yeah.
DVD shows
85.
are askew,
Mhm.
maybe like 15,
Or
20%.
84.
82,000.
So it's
Yeah,
gonna
but
go
I'm just saying, that's
Yeah.
all about the
Across.
pictures.
so
and-
it's
Yeah.
gonna
The
shine the
light goes
light
all the way down.
down through all of
And
the
then
shelving
this
units, even though there's
also
only
covers-
2 in a row, because it's going in the
But the
opposite direction of the
width, but the
shelves.
width of that, how wide is that? I mean, these shelving, these DVD or whatever they are, CDs shelves look like they're 10 feet at least. And you're gonna have the light going in another direction?
Yes.
And how is it going to make it brighter inside there where it's dark now?
Because there will be a physical light fixture over the aisle. So right now,
I'd like to move to previous question and have the vote on the amendment, please.
It looks like there
Is there a
is,
second?
Second.
a light
Thank you.
there now. Oh, sorry, we were,
And we're voting on the amended vote, right?
I'm
'Cause we
voting-
haven't
I'm on the
voted
amended vote.
the amendment.
Yes.
The amended was motion by
Yes.
Karen and seconded by
you could
Suzanne.
tell me
Yes.
later. Yeah.
But now that we know the number of the lights and the
No, I don't know
locations-
the number of
You
the
do.
lights.
It's on page 82 in your board packet if you were to,
He didn't say, I asked, we're only buying 2, he said no.
Okay,
yes.
let's vote then on the amendment.
This
Amended
is
motion.
on the amended motion,
Yes.
thank you. Trustee Kadir,
No.
long road.
trustee Durblick? Amended motion.
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld? Yes. Trustee Rozensky?
No.
Vice President Trocco?
No.
President Keen?
No.
4 noes, 2 yeses, fails.
Right now we can vote on the original motion, please.
All set?
Yes.
Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Trustee Durblick?
No.
Trustee Sheffield?
No.
Secretary Rosinski?
Yes.
Vice President Trumpo?
Yes.
President Key?
Yes.
4 yeses, 2 noes.
Rich, I'd like to
Passes.
say thank you for the photos. To me, it really made a difference figuring things out.
And all the information on
Yeah,
page
that
82 that you
too.
provided. I really appreciate it, Rich.
Yes.
Is there a motion to, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the expenditure not to exceed $10,487.04 for the annual renewal of Adobe Creative Cloud Enterprise Feature Restricted Licensing.
Second.
Beat you. You can see that.
Any questions or
Just
comments
didn't come
on
up
the
fast
Adobe
enough.
licenses?
No questions.
Going once.
We're on
Adobe.
Adobe now, yes. I just want to verify that. That was my question.
I did have one question, and I emailed it over to you prior to the meeting. I'll wait. I did have one question on the,
Go ahead.
thank you, President King. I did have one question in regards to, on page 109, third paragraph down, last sentence. We have 868 users in Makerspace from July 1st up to April 30th. That brings the total number of users of Adobe Cloud, Creative Cloud FRL up significantly. Do we have the prior number to show us what up significantly was?
So I believe, if I may, Sarah, so we work together, so this is Sarah, as you all
Yes.
know. She is the head of digital services, and so when it comes to like technology, some things are like servers, I take care of. Other things, I will do the purchases, make sure, get the quotes, find the best price, if there's a contract out there. But the end product where it is, it's in the patron area or a back area, if it happens to be interior services, those supervisors take care of it. So when we work closely together, I think what we were trying to identify was, we have the, half of these are in the Mac, or more than half are on Macs. And there's been 70 individual unique users during our fiscal year, and that's what the 70 is.
Mm-hmm.
And so additionally, we have them on 3 Makerspace PC laptops and a Trainer PC in the Studio B. Those have been used 868 times in addition to the Makerspace. So it's referencing that it significantly increases the 70 that's already been given in this, higher in the paragraph, not necessarily something from the previous year or something like that.
Oh, so we don't have, do we have a previous, just out of curiosity, that's what I was getting at in my question.
The person who has those statistics in her head probably.
Awesome.
Yeah, I actually did, because I didn't write them down, but I will get those statistics for you if you would like, from last year to this year.
It would just help to know from last, you know, and maybe next year when we bring the Adobe, if we could have the prior year, because it just shows that we're increasing the usage, and it would really just be helpful. Thank you, I appreciate it. I appreciate both of you.
Anything else? All right, Margaret?
Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Trustee, excuse me, Trustee Durblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Secretary Rosinski?
Yes.
Vice President Trumpo?
Yes,
President King?
Yes.
6-0 passes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the expenditure not to exceed $28,251.99 to Dell and $28,016 to CDW-G for the purchase of replacement computers.
Second.
You did it first.
Okay, I amend the motion to create 2 separate agenda items. Motion to approve $28,251.99 to Dell for the purchase of quantity of replacement computers. Second motion to approve $28,016 to CDWG for the quantity of replacement computers. I recall the parliamentarian Nancy Sylvester indicating that agenda items should be individually approved when we approve them. And in this particular case, we're talking about two different vendors, so I'm requesting we separate them.
For open for comment, I know those.
I have a question too.
Well, and the quantity is actually, for the Dells, is on page 115, it says quantity of 16.
So that should be in the motion.
I'm sorry, I wasn't done speaking, thank you.
You know, trustee Trunko, you know,
And the
relax.
quantity for the other is on,
Seriously.
I'm sorry, I'll wait till you can talk, since we all have the right to talk.
Trustees, let's just move along.
Let's not act like
professionally.
children.
All of us, thank you. Go ahead and finish.
And the quantity of 2 is on page 120 for those of us who read our full board packet.
Thank you.
Rich, thanks once again for including the quantities and things that we actually need to make decisions. I appreciate that.
And so let's vote on the amended motion then, to separate the two motions. So let me actually rephrase, just to put it out there. Or do you want to do it yourself?
You want me to read it?
Your
Oh, sure,
amendment, yes, please.
Motion to approve $28,251.99 to Dell for the purchase of 16 replacement computers. Second motion to approve $28,016 to CDWG for 2 replacement computers.
Thank you.
I do want to first indicate that I did talk about this with Rich, and we decided collectively to combine these two things because they make sense together as one thing. I will allow Rich to explain why we did this.
I mean, the fact that they're replacing computers, they're from multiple vendors, that's correct, but it is a single purchase, it is replacement computers as we budgeted in the reserve fund. The totals are actually 19 from the one manufacturer and 5 from the other.
Oh, it's not 16 and 2?
So if you look at, the easiest way is just to look at the different quotes, but there's a nice little table on the background which indicates the quantity, and if you just look at the replacement model, you'll see that there's, the first 4 are Dell, so 12, 4, 2, and 1. And then the next 4 say Mac under the replacement model column, Mac. The Macs are from CDWG, the Dells are from Dell.
Thank you so
I
much for working
want
on
to
this,
comment,
Rich.
I want to make a quick comment. I don't believe we should have quantities in these kind of motions. Our responsibility is approving financial expenditures. If Rich can buy 17,000 computers with that money, then by all means, go for it.
And also in speaking to the, in speaking to the parliamentarian, it is not required in the motions to have these specific details as long as the documentation indicates what we're talking about, and even if the documentation is not, as long as the board understands what you are agreeing to. We're trying to provide as much information as possible, but related to the motions, they don't necessarily have to have that level of detail as long as, again, the discussion indicates what we are voting on.
Well, unfortunately, that is not what I've heard from the attorneys that we've dealt with in the past. But it's your call. Is it time, are we voting?
Yeah,
or
let's
are
vote
we headed?
on the
Okay.
amendment.
On the amended?
Yeah, the amended, which was hers.
To separate.
So we won't separate them and we will not include.
No,
the
no,
quantity.
no, we're voting on your
on
motion.
your amendment.
Yeah,
Your
we're voting on your amended
amendment.
motion with them separated and with the numbers included.
I would
Well,
like
the
to-
numbers were incorrect.
That's what I
that we
want
got
to
from
clarify
trustee
the
Trunko.
numbers.
Yes.
So how would you like it to read then? with
So
the-
actually, according to Rich's numbers, how about, I amend the motion to approve the expenditure not to exceed $28,251.99 to Dell and $28,016 to CDWG for the purchase of 24 replacement computers.
Second.
I'm confused now, because that's not separating the motions. Are you still separating the
Well,
motions?
according to Valerie, we don't need to do that. I
Okay, but-
disagree, but,
But this is your amendment, so how do you want it to read?
okay, then I would rather keep them separated.
Okay.
And the first motion for 28, all right, I'll read it again. Motion to approve $28,251.99 to Dell for the purchase of 19 replacement computers. Second motion to approve $28,016 to CDWG for the replacement of 6 computers.
5.
Oh, 5 replacement computers, sorry.
Take your time, Margaret.
No worries. I knew the number was off, I just wasn't sure if I had the
Okay,
correct number.
so we need 2 votes on the amended motions, because there's 2.
said
No,
No.
we just,
We need
Oh,
to
okay.
vote whether
We
it's
want to
accepted
split it.
or
Yeah,
not.
no
Got it.
votes off.
Okay.
This motion is accepted. So this is the amended motion to see if we're going to split it.
correct.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Trustee Kadir?
No.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schofield?
Yes.
No. Secretary Rosansky? Vice President Trunko?
No.
President Keen?
No.
So it is 2 yeses and 4 noes. It does not pass, it fails.
Now we vote
Now
on the
we
original.
Can we
vote
have some discussion about this
The
before we vote?
amendment? Oh, the
No,
original
just
one?
yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fine.
Okay, can I ask a couple of questions? Rich, the purpose of replacing these computers is based on the age of the computers? Is that what we're saying?
There's many factors. Age is one of them, primarily due to the fact that the older the equipment gets, the software vendors, including the operating system vendors, no longer will support old hardware for newer software. So you're stuck running old software, old operating system, which is A, not getting security updates, B, software vendors are not writing their software for that older version. And so the usefulness of the computer basically goes on the wayside because you can't run the latest version of a particular software. So the board graciously just voted to pass the renewal for the Adobe Creative Suite. We can't run the latest version of the Adobe Creative Suite on some of these software, on some of these laptops and mini desktops. There's like a small form factor one because they're aged out. So that's
So out of the,
multiple factors.
okay, so out of the 24 that new computers, we're ordering 8 Adobe updates, correct?
Well, some of them, yes, they have Adobe, not all of them here are the ones that support, there's one computer that's not on here that, of those 8.
That we won't be replacing in
Yeah,
the,
it's a desktop, it's scheduled to be replaced, next fiscal year.
so it won't be able to handle the Adobe upgrade?
We have an older, so part of the suite allows us to run older versions, and an older version is supported on there, but very soon it will not, so.
Okay, so, and then my other question is, you know, again, all the reports we've gotten from Matrix with the decrease in patron usage, what is the activity on these computers that we think that we need to replace them? I'm not sure where all of them are and how many patrons we actually
Sure.
have.
So if you take
So
a
that
look
is
at
something
them-
to consider.
May I answer?
You may.
Okay, so it will be 2 parts. I'll tag team with the digital services supervisor that a good majority of these are represented in like the main, the main goal of that department. But under name and location, perhaps it's a little difficult. I tried to use the names that we call them, but they also correlate to the names of the locations. So the first one is Studio B. We originally purchased 20 computers, laptops back in 8+ years ago, in 2015 for that location. We found after reviewing, and not just now, but over the last few years, that there's no way to have 18 computers in there and have a class, and you know, we need to devote more than 2 staff in there. It's just a little hard. So we're changing that quantity down to 12, so it's more manageable. And so they live in that Studio B classroom. In the narrative that Sarah and I'll just reference it just because I'm speaking about this, there's been 52 classes in the Studio B so far this fiscal year. They have 12 more programs that are planned for use with those 12 computers. In addition to classes that are held there, staff will use it for one-on-one, and I'll let Sarah speak more about it. I'll continue down the list. Meeting rooms 1 through 4, instead of listing and having this column really large, I'll tell you right now, this is one of the meeting rooms in question. There's a laptop right there, same age, same as the Studio B ones. There's one on the podium in CMRA that's shared between A and B side, so we're getting two. And there is one for youth services in their kids program room, which they also will use in their middle ground location, which is where they have computers right by their desk as you walk in. There's a whole row of windows that you can see into that area. So those are the four. Makerspace 1 and 2. Remember, I said that we purchased those 20, 18 of which were used originally into the Studio B area. We took 2 of them out when we converted the meeting room downstairs into the Makerspace, a dedicated space for all the stuff that's Maker. And so 2 of those laptops were repurposed for there, and you'll notice that those are different. They're not like the replacement models are specific to that kind of work that's done there, which are a lot more graphic intense. So that's why we have the XPS ones. And then moving down, we also have a Studio B virtual reality machine. So we had an old Dell Alienware that was being used for that. And we have one of my IT staff and digital services shared staff here who's working on that. And, you know, he came to me and was like, Rich, it's the end of this line. Even though that's the newest of the lot, it will not support, you know, Windows 11. So, and it will not support any of the VR software. So again, we're replacing it. Then we move into the Studio A Macs. So you'll see, and by the way, all these primarily are used by patrons.
Yeah, I see that, thanks.
Yep. Studio A iMac, again, that's 9 years. That was one of our first all-in-ones that we purchased for that green screen room. So if you ever walk in there, there's a green,
Yeah, I've seen
yep,
that.
in there. In fact, that machine has died already, and we decided not to purchase repairs because it was going to be probably half the cost of getting a new
For
one.
sure.
So like, let's hold off, we'll put it together. I really appreciate the DS staff being able to use a laptop in there, one of the laptops. We got it, set it up with one of the screens, because I felt, well, if we're doing a package, let's do a package, get it all at the same time, as opposed to kind of piecemeal. If we have to, we do, but I'd like to present it to the board as much as possible. Studio A, MacBook Pros 1 and 2, again, they were purchased at the same time. They're able to be taken into the makerspace or the study rooms downstairs. Some people prefer using the Mac, some of the PCs. The Macs do provide additional software that's not available on the PCs. I'll let Sarah, if you want more information, to go into that. And then the last 2, I organized in such a way that the primary usage is for staff. The DS MacBook Pro Share, that is the one Mac that they share in the digital services department, from programming, preparing for programming, they'll do different things with it. They'll also use it as a service point computer in the makerspace for the person that's there, as opposed to running out to the PC or using one of the makerspace patron PCs. And then the last, although we tried to have all the staff computers at the same time, when we were first moving out, we got a request back in 8 years ago for a graphic artist to have a Mac. It just seemed to work better for that person.
Yeah.
And so there's one, Mac in here for the staff in the publicity and marketing department, and specifically for the graphic artist. And so that's the breakdown of these.
Thank you.
Overall, to my count, I think we're, from the amount of machines we had purchased over the years, we're down 2 machines with this purchase. So you're at 26, we're at 24 for this purchase.
Rich, I'd like to ask one small question.
Yes, you can. Of course.
So you said there's one desktop that won't be able to support the new Adobe software, is that correct?
It will not support the latest version of it. It will support, the licensing allows us to still run a version of it.
Okay, and you said that desktop is gonna be next year?
Yes, it's scheduled to be replaced as the staff computer replacement.
Okay, I could only assume that a desktop nowadays is only a couple of $100 at this point, it's probably not very expensive. Is there a way that you could potentially bring that to the board next month? Because I know that we've had a really great savings in our special reserves on the roof that we hadn't planned for. And since we're replacing them, then maybe we can get all the computers on the same schedule for replacement as well if we replace it this year instead of next year.
So, are you you asking for the one computer to be replaced?
For next month, if you could bring something for us for
So
one.
for one computer, it's going to be under $5,000.
Oh.
I can have operating fund. I'd rather have all the same machines purchased at the same time, because we do get, so for example,
Because you get a savings?
we get a purchase, the Dell, on the Apple side, you get like 3%, I think, it's like, okay.
So that
But we
one,
go through a certified reseller. The Dell, through the contract, the pre-bid, they're both pre-bid, it's, averages 60% savings. And that's because of quantity and the contract. So I'd rather have all of them purchased at the same time, if the digital services staff is okay with it,
so would you rather us, on this motion, add that one computer
No,
in,
no.
or is it just something that you could add in on your own?
Can get it.
Okay,
Just what the motion is.
Okay.
To give you an idea of what goes into this, so we met with me and the supervisor, then again, we have a staff member that's a liaison to that department because he came from that department. I tasked him to go through and see what we need to achieve with these machines.
okay,
And a period of minimally 4 years. It's very hard to be able to do that. Now, I won't delay anymore, but then they spoke to the rest of the department, to the makers, to the different librarians and specialists. Then we had a meeting about it. Then I decided to go through, okay, what contract can we use?
Yep.
So it's a really big process. So we do that for everything.
okay,
And so we want to make sure that we just don't just stab out there.
okay.
But I do appreciate having the ability to try to, work with the board on things like that.
Yeah, it just makes sense to try to, if it's one computer, let's try to
Right.
get it all done in the same schedule instead of piecing it together. So, thank you.
Ready to vote?
I think we're ready to vote.
Thank you. Again, on the original motion, trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Trustee Driblik?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Secretary Rosansky?
Yes.
Vice President Trunko?
Yes.
President Keane?
Yes.
6-0 passes.
That was F, if I'm correct.
That was 10F. We are on 10G, discussion and possible action regarding the work from home committee chair report. So Vice President Trumka, you were on that committee, if you don't mind
Yes,
reporting back.
we met on May 2nd with the union representation in our committee. We had a very good discussion with the union. They laid out a rather well-prepared work from home policy procedure that they would, that they're looking for. And they gave us other libraries as well and some things that have been implemented. After that, no commitment was made at that meeting. After that meeting, I've done additional research where some of those policies that other libraries have put in place, they're starting to rescind those, as a lot of those policies were brought in 2020 and 2021 at the height of COVID. So a lot of those libraries are now moving away from work from home and bringing people back to the library. As the chair of this committee, it would be my suggestion that at this point, we do not enforce a work from home policy. And I would actually say that we should leave that for the next negotiating next negotiating unit with the union and see where we are at that point and what libraries around us are doing. So that would be, as the chair, that's what I would suggest coming out of that.
Thank you.
So basically, there's no action because
Well,
you're
we
just saying. leave it
No,
all-
the
We
vote-
get
No,
to
we-
discuss
We need to
and,
discuss and then we could make,
Okay,
so he's just, giving his
I'm giving my
recommendation.
report. So,
yeah.
I mean, what they did lay out was very thorough and it was really well. I think it was, from what I've talked to with other libraries, it seems it was very well 3 years ago. It doesn't seem like it's very well now, as we're not in the height of a worldwide pandemic where people aren't coming out of their houses and things. So it's changed a lot. So, and I'm just, while I know it's a benefit for the staff as well that was looking for this, I'm not sure the benefit that it actually gives the library at this current time. So.
As part of our discussions, I did raise some questions about, it is a benefit to some of the staff if we were able to implement this, but it can also impact the morale of staff who wouldn't be eligible for remote work negatively. And also, we don't have a current staffing plan in place to see how the library is moving forward as far as outreach and as far as staffing desks facing patrons. And I'd rather have that plan in place before the board moves forward considering this as well. So that was my recommendation as the staff liaison on this committee as well.
Thank you. Any discussion from trustees?
I'd just like to make one comment. I just don't understand why I was not a part of it. I was on this committee, and I just felt that I was slighted because I was not a part of it.
You were invited to it, and we, through
And I
multiple,
did specify that I was not available that day.
and we went through multiple dates, and when you have 9 people that need to be in a room, not everybody's schedule is gonna accommodate it, but we were able to have 8 of the 9 people that day, so that's why we went with that day. All the other days were 6 and 5 and 4 people, so when you don't have,
And plus, I did not get any information
I
from the
emailed,
actual event.
there's no minutes that are done yet, the minutes will be done, and it was all an executive session, there's a tape that you could listen to, and I replied to your email that you were more than free to reach out to me, which you did not.
No, you did not reply.
I did reply to you yesterday, if you'd like me to put up the exact time I can.
Yesterday.
I-
It's
it-
May
It
2nd.
was only forwarded to me yesterday, you did not come to me asking any questions. It's
I
not-
went to Valerie.
Okay, and when I saw the email, I replied to
Talk
it.
about communication, there is none.
I understand, you should have been at the meeting then,
I told you I was not available.
and you were one of 9. As the chair, I made the decision what was best when we had the majority of the people that were there.
You could have advised, and we could have used another date, period, end of discussion.
Not for one person. No, it's not period end of discussion.
Trustee
Sue, it's-
Trunko, she's
All
a
right.
trustee.
Yes, trustee.
And I was a part of that committee.
And we were given multiple dates, and when you have 4 or 5 dates, you don't need to have we have a trustee tonight that's not at our meeting because it wasn't good for him. Should we have moved our meeting? That's not how that works.
Trustee Trunko.
I'd like to make a
you are
motion.
So immature.
I
have to, this is the first that I've heard of it, but I know from trying to schedule our other meetings,
Mm-hmm.
such as the training,
It's crazy.
it doesn't always work. If the majority of people, and it could have been a majority of 6 to 3, and they could have still done it, but it was a majority of 8 to 1, so I don't know. I wasn't involved in it, but it doesn't sound,
I think
like
if you're
it was
going to
unfair.
appoint a trustee
On a
to a committee, you should at least respect their time.
well, you and I, neither one of us was on that committee or privy to any of the information behind it, so.
And just out of curiosity, why are we choosing to have committee meetings during the day when
Because
they're,
it was with the union, and that's when they work. I'm
They do
assuming,
come
right?
at night. And when Cindy was here, we had night sessions.
Cindy's not here.
it doesn't have
It
anything to
doesn't
do
make
with
any
that.
bearing,
Cindy's-
Trunko.
Cindy's also not the chair of the committee. I was.
It has
And
nothing to do with
Okay.
that. But you're being impossible.
No,
No,
there was
yes,
multiple.
you are,
Yes, you
yes,
are.
and all we're doing
Carolyn,
is bickering.
one
Okay, and my
We should
question
move on.
was, the meeting is being held in the afternoon, and according to OMA, meetings should be held when it's most convenient for the residents to attend.
This
Don't
is a
most
union
people?
meeting, not a
It's still a meeting for the residents.
And as
It was
long as we
a-
give
was it
48
closed
hours.
session?
We did actually go into full closed session, actually. We did the pledge and went into full closed
So
session.
This
is
is
it a
actually a
closed
ridiculous
session meeting?
discussion that you guys could have worked out before the meeting, so let's move on, please.
No,
I-
there isn't a ridiculous
I-
discussion
Thank
if
you.
you don't communicate before the
So
meeting.
anyway, the recommendation has been made.
I would like
Is there
to,
discussion about whether or not we actually want to do, what we do want to do with?
What do you want to do?
I would like to make a motion to table any work from home policy in regards to union until the next union negotiation.
Do you want to lay it on the table for later consideration, or do you want to postpone it to a certain time?
I would like to postpone it to the next union negotiations.
126.
I understand. So while you were out, what we discussed was,
Can I ask a question pertaining to this? Are you saying then not to allow it until then?
I'm saying not to adopt the policy that was put in place for the union employees until we have the next union negotiation.
So then if you're a union person, you cannot work from home?
If the library itself comes up with a work from home plan, that would be beneficial from the whole library. But as we just heard from Executive Director Marshall, one of the major concerns is that while we have people that can work from home, there are others that cannot, and that could influence morale in a negative way. Plus, with the other libraries that we were giving the information, moving away from work from home and bringing their people back, it wouldn't make sense to me to go ahead and put a policy in place for work from home right now when everybody's moving away from it and the morale issue with the staff and all as well.
If there's not a policy in place, my understanding from talking to the union representative is that the discretion is at my discretion and the
Okay.
supervisor's discretion based on operational needs.
Okay.
And we have had discussions with staff that we are not going to be having standardized work from home days for anyone, and we are not having remote work in place of FMLA needs. But there are certain positions that potentially could do work from home, again, with discussion and approval by department heads and by myself. That's not a policy, but that is in practice. And it's not something that is commonly used, but it is something that we could consider if there is not a policy in place.
Okay.
Okay, just a comment.
Thank you
I
for
thought the
explaining it.
question or the problem was that we didn't agree with work from home and that it wasn't beneficial. And now we're saying we don't have a policy, but we'll do it anyway?
We're not doing it on
You're
a
what you
broad.
just said. It doesn't matter. You're going to do it anyway?
No, it would give me and the department heads the discretion in certain instances to consider work from home. In certain limited, very limited instances.
For example?
For what's the example?
For example, if they're leading a Zoom program from home, that they need to lead a program and they are unable to get to the library, but they can still lead the program for patrons, for example. That's an eligible one-time activity, depending upon circumstance, that we may or may not be able to approve, based on circumstance.
For example, the library is closed when it's.
The library is closed, or for whatever reason, the staff member is running late and asked if they can do it from home instead of being able to come here and log in. It all depends on circumstance. So it would give us the ability, as department heads and me as director, to be able to decide that on a case-by-case, limited basis.
There's a tornado warning, for example.
So
You know.
then what is this
There could
motion
be,
that
like-
we're going to make?
The motion is not to have a policy that it's guaranteed that anybody can work from home at any particular time.
Okay, well then that covers it.
Okay, so I want to make sure I got this right, because it got changed. So you're motioning to table any work from home policy, and then not interrupted, and then.
Postpone to a certain
Okay, because that's what
For the next
postponing to
union
next,
negotiation.
next
Postpone
union
to the next
negotiation.
union negotiation.
Thank you, that's what I wanted to know. Next union negotiation.
Do you want to read it to him again to make sure you have it? You
Motion
got it?
table,
Okay.
any work from home policy.
Not table, postpone.
Postpone.
Oh,
No
we're
table,
changing,
yeah, no
we're
table.
taking the table out
Yeah.
completely, okay,
Yeah.
motion to postpone. Okay,
Until next union negotiation.
any work from home, okay, so we're just going that until next union negotiation, okay, so we took that out, perfect. Trustee Kadir,
Yes.
trustee Derblick,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
Secretary Rosansky,
Yes.
Vice President Trunko,
Yes.
President Key.
No.
Okay, so we are talking 1 no and 5 yeses, it
I
passes.
still am a fan, I am a supporter of work from home, but that's all right. All right, we are on 10H. Discussion and possibility of setting dates regarding a budget meeting for this year's budget cycle.
So, yeah.
To discuss and
Yeah.
possibly set dates
You don't
regarding,
need to move.
Yeah, we just need to talk about when we can do it.
I specifically asked for this to be on the agenda since I know everybody's schedules are so busy that it would help if we talked about this way ahead of time. So that's why I asked for that to be on here, in consideration of
Are
everybody's
we
schedule.
having,
Valerie?
okay. I'll ask after we get through the discussion.
I think,
Can we pause?
yes.
Nobody ever seconded the previous motion to postpone adopting a remote work
thank you.
policy?
I second it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Meaning I second it now. I don't know that I did before.
Thank you, Steve, no.
You weren't here.
I seconded
No,
it
we
in
got
absentia.
interrupted. We got interrupted.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Just a little.
My apologies.
Okay, so for the budget
So
meeting,
it's gonna say I left the room.
or the budget. approval process, Valerie, we were thinking of having one extra meeting, right? I think
So
I
my,
had mentioned that to you, I don't know.
my suggestion in the motion background document would actually involve 2 meetings, but one of them would be a training session with a potential financial advisor who can go through the general budget process, because I know there are several newer trustees on the board, and we all need to agree together how we would like to go through the budget process. And this training, again, would talk about how all that works, what you can move into reserve funds, what different special funds we can use, the things of that nature. So that would be my suggestion, is to have a special meeting with that trainer, and then a single meeting to discuss the proposed budget once I've gone over it with all of the department heads. So
So
2
that
meetings.
you would present at that second meeting?
Yes,
Okay.
Only you, correct?
yes,
Perfect.
that's my suggestion. I'll go through with every department head, have all of our suggestions.
Perfect.
So we gotta look at our calendars now.
So can I just get clarification? The
Sure.
first meeting,
Mhm.
this financial analyst, I guess this is the person that we talked about in the
Mhm.
past, he's coming here to train us on a different budget process?
Not on a different budget process, on the standard budget process that libraries use. Because again, I know
I
there are
don't
several.
understand that terminology that libraries use. Is there something wrong with the budget process we have?
Not wrong, it's just different from what many other libraries follow, and so I'd like the board to see what most other libraries follow in the area as a suggestion for what we should be doing.
And are you mentioned, like, do you mean like the process on the back end, what the staff is doing, or the budget process of what the board is doing?
For the
after-
board.
Yes, so it's
Yeah.
not what you guys are doing, it's what we're doing, because it has not been standard since the time
And
that I've been on
So
the board,
meaning
so.
our review process of going through the entire budget is what you're questioning?
It's not questioning, it's to bring in a trainer who can tell us what's standard
Explain
in
it,
Illinois
because we have
libraries.
3 new people.
I've gotten many questions from board members about how the process has been done here versus at other libraries, and I'd like to bring in a trainer so that we can standardize and agree on it.
Can you give me an example of what you think needs to be
I can give you an
standardized?
example.
Yes.
So in 2021, we had like 3 budget meetings before we actually voted on the budget, right? And then I don't know how many we had in 2022, and then last year we only had 1 extra meeting. So we're doing different things every year, and we don't know what is the
We're not doing
standard.
anything different. We were very controversial, then all of a sudden we had 3 budgets, because
So-
you brought in a budget, somebody else brought in a budget, the
So we had
staff brought
3
in a budget,
meetings in
so all that.
2021, we
Mhm.
had 1 meeting last year, so we're doing things differently every year. Even in how
Mm.
many meetings that we're had, we have different amount of meetings for the budget every year, that is different, you can't dispute that,
But I'm
that's a
talking
fact.
about the budget document that we reviewed that I
That's
think
not
is
what we're talking about.
That's not what
you're
I'm
talking.
questioning, no. Well, that's not what we're bringing in the trainer for. The trainer's gonna come in and say, at most Illinois libraries, the standard practice is, this is the process we go through, these are the special funds you can get, this is how much tax dollars you can request in the levy
We know
process.
all
Just-
that, yeah.
Those
No,
are
we don't.
questions I'm
We
getting
don't?
from trustees, so.
Oh, all right, I'm just confused about what we need to do
You've been on the
there.
board
But that's fine.
like I have a long time, not all of these board members have. So
Okay.
she's thinking of our newer board members.
I
Okay.
think it will be helpful for me as well. Did you have a date in mind, or are they available all
They
evenings?
are
or-
fairly available, evenings is more likely Zoom, but it depends on what date that we can provide.
How many hours do you think?
The presentation, I believe, is about 1.5 hours.
Which is doable.
Oh, so you're thinking of Google Zoom, did you say?
Potentially a Zoom, potentially he could come in, it depends on the date
So
that we
like
choose.
if we did a Zoom, would it be like the way we did the parliamentarians?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, cool.
Let's
So you
maybe-
have to have at least 4 here of
But it'll-
us.
If
It's
we
a
work
total
backwards
1.5
from when we
hours.
have,
I believe it's 1.5 hours, I don't have a guaranteed time frame. I can check with him and let you know, but from discussing with him, I believe it's about 1.5
So
hours.
like that's the time we
So
were.
if I remember correctly, we had to have the budget actually posted in the newspaper in September.
but maybe if we set the meeting where we review the budget with you first, and then go
Work
back to,
backwards.
I think the best way to do this is to have the trainer come in first.
Right, but
I-
for timing purposes,
Oh,
yes.
he's saying, let's figure out when we're gonna review the budget with you, and then we'll backdate,
yeah.
go back from there.
I think that's a good
'Cause
idea.
when do we need to have the budget meeting by, you know?
So in the motion background, the statutory date, to prepare, post, and publish the tentative combined annual budget and appropriations ordinance is August 25th.
Mhm.
The date to hold public hearing is September 24th. So we would have to have something prepared at the latest, the August board meeting, but our goal should be the July board
I was
meeting.
gonna say, it
Yes.
should be July, you
Yeah.
wanna try and do it,
Mhm.
so you're not waiting until the extreme last minute.
So,
So are you saying a date in July other than our board meeting?
Yes,
Yes.
I think this should be a separate training in case there are questions.
No,
the
the
training?
training, I
No,
thought
no,
we're
no, your
talking when
For
you have.
my presentation, I
Yeah.
believe in the past it's been a separate meeting, I know there's gonna be a lot of
Okay,
questions and a
no,
lot to go through.
and I understand
Yeah.
that, I'm just,
Mhm.
Yeah,
So,
we
yes.
prefer to do that as a separate meeting.
I
otherwise
agree.
I'm
it's gonna
just
be
trying
crazy
to
meeting.
adjust my,
So when are we looking to do
my-
this?
so what are we looking for?
So
So-
July, sometime in July.
our July
But
meeting
can we maybe even move it up to?
is the 17th.
Mhm.
So that date
Right.
will be already for our meeting.
That's when we should hopefully be voting on the,
Isn't
on
that
the
the
budget.
golf outing too?
That is the day of golf.
Yeah,
Correct,
17th.
which we're talking about now.
Well, whatever.
So we have a board meeting on July 17th during which we should be voting on the budget. But
Yeah.
if we're not gonna all be at that meeting,
Correct,
that's a problem.
it is. So, I mean, the next thing that we're talking about is the Chamber of Golf outing. And, you know, last year I know we moved it, our July meeting. I was gonna suggest doing that again, to maybe moving our meeting to the Tuesday, the day before, if we could. Or the week
You have to
after.
see if, what room availability there is,
Yeah.
for one thing.
This room will be available,
Are you sure?
probably.
It's
We always have
programmed
to check the public can rent
Okay.
this room.
Yes,
So we always
Okay.
have to check.
exactly.
But
That's why I say you have to check room availability
process.
before we say we're gonna have it this time.
what about July 8th? It's a Monday to do the process with Valerie.
Yeah, I'm not available
I'd
that
rather
day.
do June, we could.
I agree, I think June's better.
June is fine to do the process. We have to do the training. So
Right.
if we do the thing with Valerie, like the first or second week in July,
Or the end of May.
or the end of June, and then we have to have the training, you're saying, be prior to that.
Watch out for Memorial Day
Memorial
though.
Day.
I know,
End of May.
that's why I'm not saying May.
But I know, I'm just saying, you know, and it's okay, just gotta remember that holiday.
Potentially for the budget training in May, if you have open dates for that.
It's already May 15th, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Oh,
So-
it is.
What about,
Yeah.
what about
Right.
last week in May?
Hello.
Monday's Memorial Day.
The 27th is Memorial Day?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not in my thinking, okay.
So it would be like the 29th, 30th, or the 31st, because.
versus Friday.
Wednesday, 29th?
I'm not available.
Okay,
Tuesday or Thursday that week?
question, of this for this training, I mean, it's not required, I know some people probably don't wanna go, so just the people who do wanna go are not available on Wednesday, like, I don't wanna, like, do you know what I mean?
Oh, I see what
Yeah,
you're
I could
saying.
do that
If you're,
Thursday.
if you don't think you're gonna come, then it doesn't matter.
But if
what
I
you're
could
day.
available.
participate via Zoom,
I can't at all.
You can't on the
potentially
29th,
on
but you wanna be
Thursday.
there.
I do, I could be there that Thursday, I could be in person on Thursday.
I can't be in person, but I could probably do Zoom.
On Thursday?
On
Yeah.
Thursday.
I can make it work.
Thursday, what's the date?
May
30th?
30th.
Thursday, May
Yeah, actually, I
30th.
don't know that, maybe.
Okay,
But
ask
you're
him
saying-
for that.
Is it gonna be
date. That's
recorded?
one possibility.
I'll ask him if it can be recorded.
It probably has to be, if we're all there, because all of May.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be recorded necessarily, so usually if a presenter does not agree to being recorded, at least posted on the website,
Okay.
then because we're not required to have recordings of our open meetings, we wouldn't generally do that, because some people have proprietary content if you pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
But we'd still have to have. the
We'd still have an
recording.
open meeting.
But you still have the recording.
We're not required to even have a verbal recording of meetings that are open to the public. I
Oh.
know it's our common practice, but we're not required by law. I will request that we have the recording because it's more transparent and allows us to reference it.
But if they don't
But if they don't offer
Okay.
that,
want it
then
because
If-
of
If we're gonna,
propriety.
if we're gonna be able to do this on May 30th, what time works for everybody? 5:30,
Anytime's
6
fine for
o'clock?
me.
5:30, 6 o'clock is what I'm asking for?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock?
6 o'clock.
I'll ask him.
And let's choose a second date, just in case that's not a
Exactly,
possibility.
I would
Because
prefer that
realistically-
first week of June.
Okay, so the first
First
week of
week of
June starts with Monday, June 3rd.
Yeah,
The Wednesday is the 5th. Wednesday usually seems to be pretty good for all of us.
Which, I'm sorry. which
Wednesday, June
Wednesday, the
5th.
5th of June.
day? Oh, actually, June 5th I can.
Okay,
I
so
can.
that would be
Yeah,
the
I'm gonna
second
prefer
June.
June fifth to May 30th, but I can potentially.
And you're talking
Yeah.
again 6 o'clock.
Yes.
Is everyone available that day?
I think so,
All
yes.
right, let's
Yeah,
go
I
with that
think
one
we
as our
can.
number one then.
Okay.
Wednesday, June 5th?
Yeah. All right, and from there down, we need to look at a date for the
For the
actual budget
actual budget meeting.
meeting.
So then do we want to go the end of June or do we want to go into July?
Will the budget be ready?
Yeah.
When will you have the budget ready to?
Yeah,
Have it meeting.
exactly.
So where we're at right now in the process, is Brian from Sickich at the last week of this month, he will have projections for our current staffing levels for what that will look like the next fiscal year. That's up to 70% of our budget.
Okay,
Plus, the recommended standards for Illinois Public Libraries for the collection is to spend 8 to 12% of our budget on that. So that's up to 80% of our budget already completed. I have meetings scheduled with my department heads to go over their preferences over the next 2 weeks. So once we have those preferences, I should have something ready, I would say by mid-June. That's my goal, the second week of June. And if I have any hiccups, I will inform the board
Plus
as
the
soon as
board meeting?
possible. So,
okay.
That's a lot.
So that's when you're at this point saying, my question is,
mhm.
can we combine the next thing where they're talking about possibly changing the date of our June meeting?
No, July meeting.
Oh, then it doesn't matter. Okay, thank you. Good thing I don't golf. Anyway, so our June meeting is the 19th.
Right.
Correct.
So it would have to be a date other than the
If it's
19th.
possible to do it after the board meeting, that would really help me because of preparing the board packet for the
Mhm.
standard meeting. in
Which
July.
makes a lot of sense.
So maybe Wednesday, the 26th, the week after?
This is our budget meeting. Okay. And what time?
So
That's a
Wednesday,
no for you.
June 6th?
26,
The
26.
Okay,
Oh,
how about
okay.
what night that week after?
I was like,
Monday?
Monday.
Have the training the day before.
I was like, how's that?
How about
like,
Monday,
crap,
the
those are quick
20th?
learners.
Monday, the 24th?
Hold it, of June.
June, Monday.
Let me check, I've got something listed.
Okay.
I am good on the 24th of
Okay,
June.
it's in the morning, so I can do the evening.
On the 24th.
Sue,
24th is fine.
Carolyn?
Well,
I
it's
think
not-
so, yes, I'm marking
technically
it
it's the
down.
afternoon,
Okay.
but I should be done.
So Monday, June 24th at the standard 7 PM or
Yes,
6 PM?
please.
7 PM?
7, yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah.
that gives me a cushion because I have
Good.
an appointment earlier in the day. And then I can actually, tell me before I come. So that would be, let me mark that, add,
Monday, June 24th, budget meeting.
And can I just get that date one more time? I want to put it in my notes for
Monday,
the,
June 24th.
the first one.
June 5th.
we're waiting to see if,
Tentatively,
what
June
they,
5th.
what they approve.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
preferred June 5th for the
Okay.
training. The second option
Is
was
that
May
6 or at
30th.
7? What time? The
Okay.
training
At
for-
6 PM
Okay,
is what
that's
was
fine.
requested.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right.
What the heck? Come
Okay.
on,
My calendars.
I'm trying to mark it on here and it's.
All right, so the
doing some
next
silly
item on the
stuff.
agenda is discussion on which trustees will be attending the chamber golf outing dinner and volunteer opportunities. Trustee Trunco, you brought that one up.
I did. I'm just pulling up a note here on this. So, I was over at the chamber a couple of days ago for my business, and I was talking to Erin, and she asked if we were gonna have trustees represented there, if we were gonna be a whole sponsor, a table sponsor, what we were gonna potentially do as a library. I know for myself, I will be there with my daughter during the day in the morning time, but there is a dinner at night. I believe President Keene was there last year. It's one of those things that a lot of public and elected officials go to, and it shows support, just like we went to the Night of the Roses for the chamber. And I think it would be excellent if we had presence there, whether it's during the day or whatever you could do. I believe Erin was gonna reach out to you, Director Marshall. I don't know if she did yet.
She
but-
did, she said last year we sponsored a table, and I'm not sure what we would like to do this year, depends on how many people go.
Be interested in going.
For the dinner?
I believe a table is 10 people.
What about the
Is it?
volunteering? What's involved?
I'm concerned that it's the same day as the night that we're gonna have a board meeting, that we're gonna be voting on the budget, so.
No, but why don't we move the board meeting?
That's what we did
Because-
last year.
That's what we did last year.
No, I think we talked about it, but we didn't.
No,
we
we
did.
did move it last
It's they're
year.
always the third Wednesday of July, also, the chamber,
Yeah.
we moved it.
Yeah, last year we
I'm
moved
really-
it.
I do not like the idea of moving our meetings for something else, that's my personal opinion. I think I'm gonna be working during the day, and if
I
I
have
need
a
to be in my
question.
meeting, I'd rather be in my meeting.
Last year, we moved it. How many people went to the chamber golf outing?
I went during the day.
Okay, because I was there during the day.
Yeah.
I was there first thing in the morning.
Okay, and, so
Cassandra and I
three
were
of
there
us,
for
yeah,
dinner.
well, yeah, she was there all, like, yeah. She was with
worse.
a great, no, she was with a great team. They were
Aubrey was
excellent.
up here. No, I'm just kidding. So embarrassing.
But anyway, so, yeah, I mean, for just 3 people, we're gonna reschedule our board meeting. I don't know if we need to do that.
I don't know that, especially we're in the budgeting process, I
Mhm.
don't.
I value the relationship we have with the chamber, I don't want it to seem
Definitely.
like that, but I think we have supported them in a lot of
Yeah,
more
sure.
ways recently too.
But if 3 trustees aren't here for the board meeting, also, now you're gonna be voting on the budget without 3 trustees here. And if you
Well,
don't
I
have,
think-
and if a 4th trustee decides to go, you won't have a quorum.
So
Well,
I
maybe
think
we
that
need to
each
rethink.
individual trustee needs to think about what,
It's important.
Yeah, I
we
think.
can vote on whether we
what
want to
I'm
move the
saying is-
meeting or not.
I would like to move the meeting so that trustees don't have conflict.
Yeah.
There's not a choice, it's not an either or. Do both.
So
And
can
we should make this
can we
an annual
that a
thing to
vote
move
right
the
now, or
meeting.
do we not have, it's not a motion?
Well, we're
so-
not, we're gonna be voting on our, meeting dates next month for the next year.
So we can talk about revisit it
Yeah.
then.
So we have to, we can revisit it, it's just, I think we should probably get to know who's gonna go and things like that. So
Yeah, I'd like to go, I mean, I probably wouldn't skip our meeting to go, but, I would like to go, and I'd like to therefore change our meeting so I don't, not put in that position.
So if whomever would like to go can email Margaret, so that Margaret can put together a list, we can figure out whether or not we'll sponsor a table.
Mhm.
And then I guess decide whether we're moving the meeting next month, depending upon how many responses I get. I can share that with the full board.
Okay.
And to answer your question, trustee Rosansky, like volunteer, like my daughter and I will be part of the table that they sell the raffle tickets for on certain prizes. They have people that check in, give out the bags, so it's just a nice way to be part of it. It's usually, I think last time it took 3.5 hours, and that's what we did for volunteering.
I don't mind volunteering for things, I don't want to even volunteer until I know what's going on with the board. Because this is my priority, not volunteering for something for the chamber. Yes, I support the chamber, but, I support this more.
I think we should, and I understand, but we support the chamber, Night of the Roses,
Yeah,
we can't, we're picking and choosing what we want to support.
Well-
And these are the two biggest events they have all year, so.
I don't know, because I pick and choose and I never go. I went once when I was first on the board.
If we are considering moving the date, is it something you would like to discuss now about potential dates to consider? Because it might be worth checking calendars to see if it's even possible to move the dates around, considering the other dates we just established for budget meetings.
Yeah, I mean, I could literally.
Well, how many of us
before.
here would be in favor of moving the meeting? So that's a,
We're approving a budget without two
But then you
trustees,
also
so
have,
maybe you still don't know what Roberto.
Roberto isn't gonna be
right,
here.
I'm just trying to figure out if we should be looking at dates or not, if we're not really thinking about.
Well, if
moving
we
it
know
to
there's
June,
not gonna
July.
be 3, we should possibly look for another date just to see if there's an availability of the room. Because if there isn't availability of the room, then our decision is made.
Could we move the board meeting to the day before, which is at the 16th? It's a 1 day difference.
I'm available.
Or the 18th, either way.
June.
Well,
Is it
July.
June or July?
you tend to
July.
work evenings, which,
Can I do it? Yes, I can do it. I could probably come on the Tuesday, but I'm not gonna,
I can't make that
I
Tuesday.
can't make that Tuesday.
well, that's what I'm saying, he said Tuesday or Thursday.
Tuesday or Thursday.
Normally
yeah, I will probably be
working.
working. Yes, I am working that night.
I mean, the other option is to push it to the 24th, which is a week later, which would give Valerie more time even with the budget stuff.
But then we're losing more
Why
time for
we
Yeah,
the
using-
public
You
hearing
know,
and everything
yeah,
else.
Yeah.
it's,
Just to
it's
stay
very
focused on
difficult
that
to get
date.
those dates in.
Let's see what we did last year. Oh, let's go to our website and see that.
Weren't we, I wrote on here. What the heck is that? That's wrong.
It is possible to move the July meeting to the following week, only because the statutory deadline to post the budget and appropriations ordinance is by August 25th. So if we needed to, we still could have an extra meeting in August before posting, but I'm just putting that out there as far as the statutory deadlines.
Don't you need to post 30 days before the deadline?
30 days before September 24th, which is August 25th.
Oh, gotcha.
Mhm.
We had the meeting on July, so we moved it 2 days earlier to that Monday. July 17th, we did instead of the 19th.
I don't know. Oh, well, July though, he'll be back, won't he? It was just May and June he said he
May
was
and
gonna
June
be gone.
is gone.
Correct.
So it would be 2 board members missing. Granted, they should be here, but,
Well, and we don't know if he wants to volunteer or attend either, though.
well, like I said, my priority is the board.
I don't think anybody's saying it's not a priority, it's just there's other obligations sometimes, and
Yes, I understand it. But am I, this is.
So
what
are we at the point where we're gonna email you and then you're gonna get back to us, or what are we?
I'll let
Are we
you know
talking
what
about
the
different
board
dates still?
interest is. I don't know if you want to consider different dates now, or if you want to.
What about the
Postpone
Monday?
that
Are you
discussion.
guys available on the Monday?
I'm not available Monday.
And you're not
So-
available Thursday?
So you're,
if we push it out a week, we're still okay.
the 24th he's suggesting.
So let's put
Anybody
that
have an
down
issue
as a
on the 24th?
possibility and we
A
can talk about it again
possibility
next
and
month.
what room
I
availability.
can't make the 24th.
Which date is that?
July
24th.
24th.
Does everyone have July 24th
Oh,
available?
July 24th is a Wednesday?
Yes.
I'm leaving, but no, I won't be here,
You won't be here,
no,
okay.
and I won't
So
be
then-
here for 2 weeks.
So then it should be a week prior to that, if we're gonna switch it to a Wednesday.
I'm gonna be gone for 2 weeks,
So
When do
July
you-
10th,
the 25th, or, oh, no, the 24th, Wednesday night I leave.
Okay. So you have availability maybe the 22nd, would that be too tight for you?
Are you guys available 22nd? And one of you said Mondays is bad.
June 22nd?
July.
July 22nd.
they're talking the golf thing, that's July.
I'll have to see if I'm working on my other job.
Yeah, pretty wide open that week, so.
Okay, so I'll include in my email that we're potentially considering July 22nd, and we could make a decision at the next board meeting? Is that where
Well,
we're
yeah,
at?
we have to vote on our meeting dates anyway, at the next meeting, the next board meeting for the year, we have to vote on those.
Yeah, so, yeah, the big thing then to check again is room availability and stuff like that. So the 22nd is a Monday.
The 22nd is a Monday. I mean, we have options around there. 15th is a Monday.
Yeah, I mean, if we could go before the board meeting, that would be better for me, because that week is gonna be nuts.
Yeah,
So what
the
if we-
week of the 8th through the 12th, you're saying?
Well, the regular board meeting is the 17th,
So like the 15th,
You mean for a special meeting, or?
Yes.
To
No, to move
switch the board meeting.
So,
to,
okay.
To say July
if
10th,
we were to
which
move the
would be
board
the
meeting
Wednesday.
the week before instead of the week after.
Yes.
But that puts a lot of.
That puts a lot of pressure
A
on
lot
the
of pressure.
staff
We won't have that, we wanna,
to get our statistics ready, to get our.
Yes,
measures
yes,
ready.
that's what I'm saying, with it being budget and all of that
15th would
stuff,
probably be
that's
the best
asking
day.
a
I
lot
think it's gonna happen.
of you guys.
I mean, it looks like nobody,
All right, well, let's put it in
Go
for
to
next
Dave,
month and we can
play some
revisit.
golf and come here.
I'm not, I don't know, so I don't care.
Don't
But
golf
it's-
either, but-
I think it's important to.
No, I agree, but I mean, from the dates perspective, it's just not working. It's my thought.
I'd like to request that the board consider a 5-minute break at this point.
I'd like to make a motion to take a 5-minute recess, a 10-minute recess.
A second.
Second, and trustee Derblick,
Yes.
trustee Shuffle? Yes. Trustee, trustee Kadir,
Yes.
and Secretary Rosansky,
Yeah.
and Vice President Trunco,
Yes.
and President King.
Yes. 9:26.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We have
We're live at 9:35.
Okay,
All right, so we are on agenda item,
J.
what number, 10?
And J, yeah.
10J, provide an explanation of the current process for financial decisions, including purchases, new and renewal contracts, non-budgeted fiscal year terms, discussion and vote implementing a documented process with board approval.
Okay.
So that's my agenda item. And after our discussion with the parliamentarian, and she reminded us that your budget, the items that we talked about spending $5,000, or we were talking about spending money, she says, you purchase the items that have been approved in your budget. And I've been driving that point home, but we seem to think because our director's ceiling is under 5,000, that she can purchase this or purchase that, but after listening to the parliamentarian, what we actually purchase are the items that were approved in our budget. And this year, we've come up with a lot of things that we need or we're interested in purchasing, and we're not having discussions and we're not voting at board meetings, which is another thing the parliamentarian mentioned. We need to vote in the board meetings and they need to be agenda items. So there's a couple things that have been coming up. The HR source contract I already brought up because I was disappointed that it was renewed after we were talking about it. But then also we bought licenses from the village, which I think you explained, and that's how I realized that our vending machines licenses were renewed. Is that what that was, or are those the ones we owed them from a year ago?
We're required to have the licenses because the machines are in our building. We
Right.
have not attached them to the current machines because we are looking at new vendors for vending machines, which sounds funny. But we have not attached those licenses, but because they're in our building, regardless of whether they're operational or not, we are required to have the licensing.
Right, but I was just trying to clarify. I heard we didn't buy the licenses for the vending machines, so now you bought licenses. Are these the ones that were from a year ago that we never bought? Or are these for now going forward another year?
I'm not sure what you're referencing as far as we didn't buy them.
There was a comment made that our vending machines did not have licenses.
Was this before Valerie was here?
Yes.
Yes,
I'm
and
not
also I
aware
have a
of that.
question because it says in your agenda item, discussion and vote, implementing a documented process. Do you have a documented process that you want us to look at?
Well, no, that we would have a documented process that we would follow. Because if we're
So, but
we're
what are we
going
gonna
to,
vote on?
if we're going to continue to make decisions, not in a board meeting, then we need to have a documented if we're gonna change it, or we vote in a board meeting, when it comes to spending, then we need to have a documented process. We all need to be aware of the same thing.
So are we developing this process, or are we voting on?
No, it's real simple. It's,
I'd like-
we don't make decisions about spending money without having an agenda item and a vote at a board meeting.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone this, considering we don't have any documentation or
Okay, well,
anything.
right now, that's-
Excuse me, I'm in the middle of making a motion.
I'm in the middle of my conversation with the director.
Doesn't make a difference, I made a motion now, so now the motion is, I'm in the middle of making a
You're
motion.
interrupting my conversation about my
President,
question.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone this until we have the proper documentation to make a decision on moving forward with anything on this topic.
Second.
Thank you.
We don't need proper documentation. You need to come up with a
So there's a motion on the
procedure.
table that we can vote on then.
Okay, I'm not finished
You're not
talking to
done
the
speaking.
director.
There's a motion.
But
You know
you
what, honestly,
interrupted her.
I have to tell you, trustee Trunco, after your display last month, you are the problem on this board.
Trustee King.
All right, can
This
we
is out
take
of
the
con-
vote,
this
please?
is out of
Yes,
line.
we're gonna.
You are
move
out of
forward.
line.
Thank you, we're gonna move forward with the vote.
I haven't been
You
told
do
that
that.
for 3 years.
Can I just make one little statement? It's hard to vote on a document when there isn't any, and that's what's being said. Maybe, do we need a committee to come up?
I don't
with
have a
No,
that?
we
problem
don't need a
discussing this.
committee, and we
I just
don't
need to
need-
see something on paper.
Okay, we
like-
don't need a
Exactly.
committee, and we don't need to have a document. Okay, if we're all gonna agree on something, at least the director will inform us in an email, you have to have an agenda item. That's what I mean.
You can't vote
It's a
on a
process.
documented process if there's no documented
Yeah.
process to vote on.
Well, you have to
That's what I'm
create one
saying.
after you have a
So
discussion.
that's what I'm saying, that's what I'm
We
asking.
didn't, so there's no,
So, well, we didn't even have the discussion.
But are you like, is there something we can look at that you can propose?
I mean,
That's
we
why.
already have the purchasing policy that we approved as a board.
Okay, so if can we vote on whatever he wants? And I would like to
Yes.
discuss the purpose of this being here.
There's a motion
So what is
to
your plan?
table. Are
To
you-
get
is
rid of it?
Table or?
Postpone until we have the proper
Postpone
documentation for
until-
this agenda item.
So why can't we discuss it?
Carolyn,
Just take the vote. There's a
Thank
vote on the table.
okay,
Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Trustee Dudlik?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
I abstain.
Trustee Rosensky, or Secretary Rosensky?
yeah. You can call me trustee, I am a trustee.
Thank you. Vice President Sharkov?
Yes.
And President Keen?
Yes.
I'm not gonna bite your head off if you call me trustee, so it's like, you know.
4 yeses, 1 no, and 1 abstain. Passes.
All right, so we're on agenda item K, 10K, provide an explanation of the current communication process to and about trustees for imparting or exchanging of information or news requiring approval or decision. Well, here we go again, discussion and vote, implementing a documented process with board approval.
I would like to amend the motion to provide an explanation of the current communication process to and about trustees for the imparting or exchanging of information or news requiring approval or decision.
I second.
Okay, so we can vote on the amended motion.
Should
I
we
have a
discuss it?
question.
It's not a-
Yeah.
It's just a discussion then, right?
Yeah,
So maybe you just, is the proper thing to do to withdraw the last part of it? Or is there a,
An amendment? I don't know.
Because-
What's the procedure?
No,
Because
just,
there's an amendment on the table, I believe you have to vote on the amendment.
okay.
So,
okay, got it.
so may I ask?
No, well, don't
So-
we discuss the amendment first?
what
Okay.
is
If
the
you want to,
amendment?
we
She
can
needs
vote.
to write it down.
I removed the last
It's
That's
just
what I
she-
want to
the
make
last
That's
sentence is
all.
gone.
You're
That's it.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
discussion
You
with
can
the vote.
discuss it first,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So Carolyn, you're the one who made the amendment, so go ahead.
So am I discussing?
Yeah,
You're the
you're-
one,
you're-
the
The
first
agenda
person
item.
to
Yeah,
talk about
you're
it.
discussing.
Okay, the reason I brought this up is because I really feel there's a lack of communication amongst the trustees, especially when it comes to making decisions outside of board meetings. I don't know about any of you, but in April, I received numerous communications, email, text, and telephone calls requesting that our president be challenged. And then just recently, I get an email that there's going to be an article, or there is an article about Trustee Keene being a mover and a shaker. So I read the article. The article was so contradictory. That is exactly what we said we were trying to prevent. I don't know where this article came from, but it apparently is something that you said at some point. And I'm concerned that we have trustees trying to do things outside of board meetings, and then we have articles being printed, but the board is not having any input. Like we can all disagree, but I think when it goes into the paper, that we should have some input about how do we want to impress this comment on the public coming from an entire board. So that's just one, and I just want to move forward because there's more. Then Tom Robb
Thanks for those
contacts our.
Congratulations, by the way.
I'm sorry.
Thanks for the congratulations, by the way.
What it wasn't just a fiction thing. She was given an award.
That's all right.
Oh, no,
And
that
it was
wasn't the
just
point. The
talking
point
about
was
the
the
awards she received.
negativity that is destroying our board. Let me just get this out, because we don't seem to have control over anything that goes anywhere. Then Tom Robb contacts our director, and he's requesting a statement because he's writing a related article. Well, he's gonna write what he's going to write, but shouldn't this board have some say in the article that Tom Robb is writing? Like, what if he says things
No.
that aren't agreeable or aren't correct?
Well,
I
journalism
believe,
works,
I
right?
believe one of the things that I asked during the parliamentary training was, about this, and she had said that we can't speak on behalf of the board, we could speak as individuals. And I believe the comment that Director Marshall made didn't say the board feels this way or that way. She gave a comment on behalf of the library, which is what we've entitled her to do.
Right, and I'm not addressing Director Marshall's comment.
No, I'm just saying, so I believe that,
So that's not my point at all.
But
So-
when the press
so
goes
somebody
to
can-
her, she's,
Yeah,
we can't tell the press,
not to.
No, my
to you.
concern is Tom Robb is writing an article in addition to your comment. It's not her comment I'm concerned about, it's who is Tom Robb to write an article about this
He's a
board?
journalist.
Journalist, freedom of the
Okay,
press comes
but
in.
First Amendment.
we used to have the Journal call the library when they wanted information or they were gonna put something together, and marketing would always have some say about it. It would be approved before.
until a directive came down from part of the board that the staff wasn't speak to the press anymore.
Right, because that was when we were so.
So now we don't even have a person in that position, and if we did, they'd
Okay.
probably be afraid to speak to the press anyway.
No, the reason we stopped that was because we had everybody in this library voicing their opinion.
Anyway, what's the question on the
So-
table right now?
That everybody has comments to make and that we don't have control of any of the narrative. And yes, I was offended by your comments that I would think after this like outrageous executive session last week, that we would be more concerned about what type of rhetoric gets out into the public.
So if you would like to ask me directly about that, I'd be happy to answer questions about it.
No, I
because
don't
you're
need you
not-
to answer questions. What I'm saying is, are we
But you
gonna
don't
tone?
know, you don't know how that article was created and what I said or what I didn't say.
Here's my point. How are we gonna tone this down? We're getting worse at every meeting instead of better. I mean, we were here till 12:30 last month.
Trustee Dribley?
And then one other thing, the Journal put an article in the paper about our conversation about holiday displays. His article made it sound as if it wasn't for this board, our staff would not have holiday displays. Our staff has always had the authority to put up whatever displays they wanted. The way the article was written is if our staff needs us to tell them,
he's a
absolutely not.
journalist, he can write whatever the heck he
You can't
wants.
control
He
First
can
Amendment.
tilt it however he tilts it.
That's, you know,
Trustee Dribley, I
he's
have a question
entitled
for you.
to write whatever he pleases,
I have a
as long as
question,
his
if I may,
editor
Carolyn.
approves.
That's a good point.
Carolyn,
That's
I
a
have
good
question-
point.
I have a question, if I may, Carolyn?
Wait, I just wanna make sure I'm done
Oh,
before
sure, yeah,
you
no problem.
derail me.
I'm not derailing, I just have a question.
Okay, so what you're saying, we can't control what goes in the paper, cause that's Tom Robb.
Or
So
any
even if
paper,
we-
any journalist.
Even if we created or developed a relationship with him, he seems to be the only one around these days, we couldn't even curtail some of the
I think
negativity?
we have
No.
a good relationship with him.
We have a good relationship with
By
him, but
Steve,
we,
by
But-
We have
Like
a great
by rule.
relationship, except for what gets out, and then I had to read negative comments about the library and Speak Out, based on Tom Robb's article.
Well, we have no control over.
But what I'm
Speak Out.
saying is, you paint us as fools, and then the community chimes
No, I
in.
don't
the
think
Bill
that
of
Tom
Rights,
Robb
the
is-
Bill of Rights
I haven't in front of
allows
those.
Tom Robb to paint us as
But
however
that's
he
not
pleases.
how I
Check
have
out
taken the
Speak Out.
articles
Well,
anyway.
you should
Speak
check
Out.
out Speak
I
Out.
have read them,
Yeah,
but
Speak
what
Out
I'm
is
not
one of all
talking
of
about
us.
Speak Out, I'm talking about the articles that Tom
But the
Robb has
Speak Out,
written.
the Speak Out was based on his article, so
Well,
he's
Speak
given
Out
the
is an
impression.
opinion.
Exactly.
But nobody's being
Anybody
signed
can write whatever the
Okay,
heck
that's
they
fine.
want for
Well, the
Speak
point
Out.
is, we can't do anything about this
also,
negativity,
Speak
and,
Out is not required to have a name with it, so people can say all kinds of things without even being recognized for what they're
And
saying.
they have been
no, but
for
they were
years.
referring to the article about us.
Right,
That's
and
not
Tom,
my point.
like I said, Tom Robb can write whatever he wants
Okay.
because the First Amendment
And
allows
then
him. to.
anybody can
Like,
say
we don't have
anything they
to
want
approve or
because
disapprove.
Okay, well,
They're
and
anonymous.
then my last point is, as trustees, I think this board meeting is indicative that there isn't a change in the demeanor or the attacks by individual trustees against others. And I thought after being here until 12:30 last month, that I really expected the entire board to be on a much better tone, and we're not.
I don't think that I've attacked anyone tonight.
I
I'm not
haven't.
talking about you.
I haven't either.
I have a question, Carolyn, if I
And
can
then I have
ask
a
it.
comment after you.
Am I free to ask you a question? Trustee Triplet?
Of course, am I in control of what you say?
I just asked if I could ask you a question, because I it's directed to you specifically.
I'm finished
ahead.
speaking
Okay,
by all
so
means.
you mentioned that trustees speaking in articles and things like that. Would that also include, moving forward, that you would like not to send letters to the editor or yourself as a trustee? Because I remember a couple of months ago, you did that, and you didn't talk to the board about that prior or ask anybody's opinion on that as well.
I sent
So
the letter to whom?
you were a letter to the editor, you did it about 4 months ago to the Journal, and it was published, and it was signed by you.
If I did, it was based on my opinion and about facts of whatever the conversation was. I don't remember writing an article 4 months ago. Wow.
But if
Been pretty busy.
But if there's a trustee that does the same and has an article written about her, what's the difference? She didn't have to come to the board to ask about that, just like you didn't have to go to the board to ask about
Okay, you
putting
can
that in
write
the
an article, but you don't have to accuse people incorrectly, like the facts in that article were all wrong.
To
2019,
my point, making a comment after you, if you're
Yeah,
done.
please, I'm done. I just-
That article that was written in the Mover and Shaker article, I was interviewed by the one who wrote that, and same woman that nominated me for the board. The only quote in there for me is that something like, "I appreciate the word, but it didn't happen by me alone." I said something about the community and thanking people for helping me fight for the library. That's the only quote. Everything else she has in there, I did not tell her. So, and I didn't get to see that before it was printed. So if you could have asked me that beforehand, it would have saved a lot of misunderstanding.
well, the point is out there, and now what?
But
With everything else
her
that's out
point
there.
is that she didn't put it out there. She just responded to questions.
Somebody
in the interview.
twist,
Is that a
took and
current
ran
article
with
or an
something
old
else.
one?
It's
That
correct.
is a current article, it's from this month.
So it is
Of
a new
today.
article, okay.
Yes.
Well, the one from Tom Robb is in today's paper,
I'm
the
talking
award
about
came
your
out
award.
last week or 2
I
weeks
think,
ago,
was it last week?
maybe 2 weeks ago. So yes, this
Wow,
month.
I guess we would have to watch whoever it is that wrote that oh, that's from some library organization.
It's from an extremely credible library journal organization, yes.
Yeah, she sounds real credible.
She is.
Well,
That's why she wrote
You
the
know,
article the way she did?
she wrote it the way she saw it, whether or not,
We could debate about how somebody
Yeah,
writes
she
She
something.
nice.
wrote it the way it was, there was a portrayal.
I'm not quite sure how our discussion of journalism
Well,
rights
anyway,
under
my
the
point,
Freedom of
my
Press
concern is
relevant
that,
here.
I'm not impressed with the changes on this board because I don't see them. And I would like us not to, put things in the paper that we can't control. I mean, I've never given an article to someone that called me. I never talked to someone that I couldn't see the article before it got printed.
Well, I'm sure that's what all 50
But I'm thinking that-
50 of the
I-
movers and
you
shakers
haven't-
are in the
But
same
I'm
boat
thinking
this year,
that
so.
changed
I
over
can
the years.
speak to that actually related to an article that was released when I first started here. I did not see the final article before it was released myself. When I was interviewed in the Chicago Tribune, they asked me questions. All of my quotes were positive related to being hired to this library and working with the board. I was not asked for input on the other information that was included in that article that did potentially have a negative spin, and I did not see it before it came out. So that may be true that it does not
That's good to hear.
come to
And
people
I
before
didn't
it goes out.
approve Tom Robb's article before it went in the paper this week.
yeah, Tom Robb doesn't ask for approval of his articles. He just asks questions and he spins them.
And I would
runs
like
with
to
them how he
make
runs.
one statement as far as news communication. When it comes to me, whenever Tom Robb or any journalist asks me for input, I do share that with the board. Whenever, as soon as I get it, and I share the comments
Thank
that
you,
I have
I
made.
do appreciate that.
So that's as much notice as I get, I share with the
I
board.
totally understand. And just one other side note, when Tom Robb calls and he has a question about anything one of the trustees said, I would strongly recommend he call that trustee.
And I do
You know?
recommend that absolutely. He does
And
sometimes.
get you off, though.
He does sometimes ask me for my opinion as library director. And again, whenever I make a statement, I do share that with the board. And as the parliamentarian stated, as director, I can make a statement as director. I do not
Oh, no,
speak for the
absolutely.
board. So
Absolutely.
just,
But that
Yeah.
last situation where he wanted something from me, he never contacted me.
All I can do is recommend, and I did inform you as well in case you wanted
But
to
he
reach out to
didn't,
him.
he didn't never contacted me, which I expected. All right, so we can move along.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is 10L. Thank you. Provide an explanation of the current organizational chart, level of authority, and allocation of responsibilities.
Okay, what is?
We have bigger copies.
Oh, thank
If
you.
anyone wants them.
Thank you.
Do you mind passing
Makes
them
the
over? Thank you so
visual-
much.
So much easier.
Ooh.
Thank you.
I moved by 17. Excited.
Yeah, I know,
Oh, this is,
Huge.
you know,
It is.
I know, it's tiny, it's a different.
you don't need the
This
bifocal,
was
well,
the
you know,
only
for
way
some
we
of
could
them.
get it all on one paper.
Yeah.
Usually
I
org
thought
charts
just
sit
sit
on
on
legal, you know? We had a difficult time with
Yeah.
that.
Absolutely. Any other things?
I'd like to make a motion to table this indefinitely due to the fact that this is overstepping governance into the executive director's role, where she should have privilege over the library and her roles that she sees fit. So I'd like to make that motion.
I second it.
I appreciate the chart, though.
I
I like
do.
the chart,
I appreciate the chart, but it's nothing that we need to make any decisions
Yeah.
on or discuss, because
No.
this is something that the executive director's
Actually,
role is.
I do have a
So
question.
please, we have a motion and a second on that.
But there's like for discussion, so.
So let her discuss.
Okay, Director Marshall, I have a question. Trustee Trunko, you motioned to remove the trustee manual, which outlined due dates for board packets and documents to the trustees for our board meetings. And I was wondering, now that you dissolved that document or postponed it to whatever you're doing, what's the current procedure?
Well,
That's
if you
not
actually.
on this.
It's not on this, but I'll answer it for you anyway. The bylaws actually have a date in there, and the trustee manual actually contradicted what
I'm
we have
aware
in
of
the
that.
bylaws.
So which date are you following?
We're gonna bring it to you when we bring the recommendations for the bylaws.
Well, my point is, our
She knows.
director has to create, board packets every month,
This is
so
not
what
even
date
on
is,
this,
what date is she
that's
following?
not
This
on this
isn't- this
agenda
isn't-
item.
It's not an agenda item.
But I am happy to answer. The date in the bylaws says by Saturday. Most Saturdays I do not work. So we have still been getting the board packets delivered on Fridays. And that is the recommendation we have been discussing in the bylaws meeting, is to not make a change.
Okay, I just
because-
wanted to know
yeah,
that,
so-
okay. And then,
Could
and then
email.
as far as issues that come up, in the trustee manual, like when there's an emergency, it's stated
How does that
that,
relate to the organizational chart?
because I'm not sure who's making these decisions, so I don't know if the trustees are making these decisions.
Trustees are not on the organizational chart, except for at the very top.
We're above our director. Everything
Oh,
below
actually,
the
the last
director
org chart
goes
I
from
had,
the
we were
director.
on the top. We're not on this one.
You're on
Yeah.
the top, we're still
Board
on
of
the top.
Board of
Director.
Directors, okay, yeah, well, we are here. So my last
Congratulations.
question, and I hope this doesn't bother all of you, but I just need to know what's going on. When there is an immediate issue, and I think this, I know you called me the other day, so the trustee manual indicated that you would send a text or a call when something immediate needed to be shared with the trustees, so is that,
Which is
is
what
that
I've been doing.
so it is
Yes.
something you're doing, because I don't
Thank
know,
you.
since we don't have a trustee manual, what we're doing, and I just would feel better if I had an idea what the process was. So thank you for your time.
All right, so let's take a vote.
Okay, again, since there was that extra
Oh,
talk,
so the vote
Hold
is
on.
whether, is to table the motion, to table, right?
Do
The
we,
discussion.
Indefinitely.
is there a further discussion that you wanted after this? Trustee Derblick?
About the org chart,
Uh-huh. Does it need to be tabled, or have your questions been answered?
no, actually, specifically to the org chart,
Then I state by the motion.
so we can, if trustee Trunko wants to table it or whatever he's trying to do to bury it, we could do that.
Well, burying would be a different motion.
No, I'm
This
actually.
is close enough.
I'm trying to keep the governance to the day-to-day operations separate, as we were
Asking
informed.
questions is not imposing governance on anyone, but please
In your opinion,
restate
All right,
your,
take the vote, please,
restate
Margaret.
your motion and we can vote on it.
thanks, when you're president, I'll follow what you say.
All right, let's take the vote.
So may I
To
ask
table.
you to?
Yes.
Okay, so it is just to table this motion?
Table indefinitely.
Table. Thank you. And then we have a question. Okay, Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schofield?
No.
Yes.
Secretary Wazorowski? Yes, and Vice President Trumpo?
Yes.
And President King?
Yes.
4
Oh,
yeses,
yes.
2 noes, so it passes. The amended motion passes.
Thank you.
Which one?
I asked the question.
Yeah.
I'm satisfied.
All right, so we.
Hold on, we have
Okay,
a
sure.
question.
Hang on.
We have a question about item K, the one
K.
before this. There was a motion to amend the discussion item and a second, but there was not a vote.
No vote, no. That's the one that you took out the last, Trustee Derblick, you took out the last sentence, discussion.
I don't recall, maybe Trustee Trunco
No,
interjected.
you,
that
you
was-
made
that was
the
just
motion for K,
Yes.
it was your thing, and,
To take out the
You
last
guys
sentence.
discussed
To take out the
about
last sentence.
sentence, but
yeah,
there was discussion and then you went to this. one.
yeah, there was no vote, because
So-
it was discussed.
It was just discussed.
It was just
Discussion.
discussed, okay.
So is the
Which
motion,
makes sense. So was the
Exactly.
motion, what,
That's what I'm
sorry,
saying.
go
so
ahead,
is
Trustee
the
Dent,
amended motion passed? I think you can do like an aye or nay, like amend the motion so that we take this out of the, aye?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
Any nays? No? Okay.
So that is just
So
take
now
out
can
the
I go
motion.
to-
Take
unfinished
out that
business?
part of the motion, yeah.
Okay, well, just to take, I got it.
Oh,
I got what you had mentioned.
Mhm.
Take out, okay, perfect, thank you.
You good, Margaret? 11A, discussion and possible action on the proposed purchasing policy.
yeah,
How's
too
that
many
for
Ps.
alliteration? All right. So last month, we talked about the purchasing policy, and the new one that we were
This
given
is
for the packet
133,
has some changes from what we discussed last month.
It must be here.
And, so the way it is worded now is the purchase is less than $10,000 on any single item service. And purchases between $10,000 and $24,999.99. I guess I don't need to read out all the changes, we can look at them. My question was, last month I had written on my document, because the document that we were given last month had a 10%, and then I had crossed it out and written 5%, but now we are at 3%.
The final number that I heard was 3%
That's 3%.
as far as discussion, so that's why I put that
See,
in.
We
I
talked
would-
about it was the rise, Trustee Kadir brought up
Right.
the rise of inflation being 3%, so anything over inflation.
See, I remembered it as
Okay.
5%, but if you got
It's
it,
3%.
and you were, I'm not questioning, I'm just saying, if they got that from the recording and stuff, then it's 3%.
We did, there was discussion of both 5 and 10.
Occasionally I miss.
Before we go further
not
down the
denying it.
document, can I ask a question about the first paragraph?
Yeah.
Okay, where it says, let's see, the authority to purchase, the last sentence, it's comma, the annual budget set by the library board of trustees. What does that mean?
What do you mean?
What does it mean when we say the annual budget set by the library board of trustees? Does that mean that only the items that are in the budget you're allowed to purchase?
So, going back to this question, and this will be part of the training that the trainer
Mhm.
talks about. Every library that I've worked at and libraries I'm familiar with, the budget that is approved is a working budget. There is absolutely no way to predict the expenses that are going to be required throughout the year for the library. You discuss as much as you can. You prepare for as much as you can. But for example, if the roof starts to leak and we didn't anticipate that, we might have to move money around. It would be something that I would discuss with the board if there were changes in that way. But typically, if something has already been approved in the budget and it's under the $10,000, what this is saying is we wouldn't have to bring it back to the board for a second approval.
Exactly, so my question is for something that wasn't approved by that was not included in the budget, not approved by the board, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a leak in the roof, like this year you had some ideas or suggestions. My concern is that those are the items that should come back to the board for discussion and then we vote, because you still have to have approval.
That depends on the bylaws. So the bylaws right now say that $5,000, I can make the discretion whether or not it's within the budget, as long as
So you're
it falls within
changing
the
that,
budget
okay.
items.
But
That's
did
my
we-
understanding.
Well, it was
did we-
never a problem in the past, so I'm wondering why now it is.
What do you mean being a problem?
Anytime there was a new item, the director would always bring it to the board.
Even if it was beneath the
They
threshold?
would bring
I
it
don't know about that.
after the fact,
Yes,
after the fact.
not necessarily, but that's okay, now I
Okay.
understand where you're coming
But
from.
this
So this does
was
not-
already voted on last month, wasn't it?
No, we did not
Voting
vote
on
on
it.
This
that.
was
Right.
just
Changes.
discussed?
So,
Okay.
But that wasn't even
so
considered as a
this
change.
means-
So what
What, the
my,
10,000?
if you refer to my motion background,
Oh, that.
I'm just concerned about this terminology.
sure, if you refer to the motion background, this was a question that came up last month. You would need, if you approve the $10,000, you would also need to amend the motion to include that you update that number in the bylaws. So this policy does not conflict with the bylaws.
Yeah, but
Yes.
can you would then need a supermajority to get that through to the bylaws, though. You can't-
Potentially.
You would need a five board member.
So
vote
we
to-
may not be able to vote on this as it is at this meeting, or at least pass it as it is at this meeting. That's just
Correct.
the recommendation that's in here, that's,
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
can, you
And
can
then-
change the bylaws with
Yeah.
the five.
absolutely.
So, yeah,
But as far as whether it's 5,000 or 10,000, my experience at other libraries, as far as I understand it, it depends on what the board votes on. But if there is a threshold set where the director has the authority to spend the money, the director can make the decision to spend the money and then report that decision to the board. Basically saying, for example, hiring the trainer for parliamentary training. I noticed that we had consultant budget left over. We're still putting it in the trustee budget line item as was suggested, but I was able to move forward with that. I did discuss it with the board, but it was never approved in the previous budget cycle because I was not here, we never discussed it.
But it wasn't discussed before you made the decision, so in the future, you'll just make the decisions and you won't have to come to the board.
Not for a vote. Usually it's a reporting mechanism. Usually as long as it's operational and it fits within the line items of the budget, as long as I'm reporting to the board what I'm doing, that's what
Yes.
most libraries do.
Yes.
So that operations can
And
move
that's
But
forward.
a
the
couple
way-
things that fell through the crack were, for example, the vending contracts
Just before
that
she
we're
got here.
concerned about.
Mhm.
And I know you mentioned you're working on that. And
Mhm.
then HR source was something we wanted to discuss and see what else we could find. But you went with it, and then you come to the board. But there were some questions about looking elsewhere. So
Sure.
it kind of eliminates the board's participation in the process.
And that is
That's
standard
point.
because the board usually is not involved to operations at that
Right.
level. Otherwise, operations would come to a standstill for certain things.
Not necessarily. I mean, HR is a big
That's
factor.
That's why we
but
are governance and
that's-
not management.
and as was
We're not
suggested
governing
earlier
anything.
in this
That's not
meeting,
How?
ask her enough in advance before the contract to go out and get other bids.
Trustee Executive Director Marshall, the $10,000 change, I was just looking at the last minutes. And it seems like when we brought up the $10,000, from 5,000 to 10,000 last time, it didn't get the second, and that's when we decided to push it off.
Mhm.
So are we still open to the 5,000, or we're just going to the 10,000?
That's up to the board.
Okay.
Because if you approve the 5,000 for now, which is in line with the current bylaws, we can move forward, but as I wrote in my motion background, because of inflation, a $10,000 threshold allows us to move forward without bringing things to the board with standard operating things such as printing the newsletter. The newsletter is higher than 5,000, lower than 10,000, for example. Or many projects that I've discussed with Rich that our standard operation needs fall above 5,000 but below 10,000.
At this point,
Mhm.
and this is where, if necessary, I will make an amendment to whatever motion. At this point, it was stated that according to our bylaws,
Mhm.
5,000, 10,000.
this isn't sync up with our bylaws. And since our bylaws, excuse me, are being worked on, My suggestion, and if necessary, my amendment, is to bring this up when we're dealing with the bylaws so that it will sync with the bylaws.
So table this
Table
until
this
the
until we're doing
bylaws
the bylaws.
are recommended?
Question before we table it, if I may, Patty?
Yes, sir.
If we vote on this tonight, let's just say, and we came up with a majority of the board deciding this, to make the change, that we do need 5 for it to affect the bylaws immediately tonight. So should we see if we have the 5 first, or do we want to?
That's the board's
I'm
choice.
asking Patty, do you want to see?
I honestly
Rather table it?
would rather table it until we have, for multiple reasons, but especially because it will work better when the bylaws
Okay.
match it.
I'll
Don't you
second.
think so?
Is that gonna affect your?
Is that gonna
ability to do
negatively
things?
That
affect
does
you?
not, so this policy would actually affect the way we do things more than tabling the policy. And I also would recommend waiting until Treasurer Vitello is here
Yes.
because he's the treasurer.
Yes,
And this is
that was
related to
another
financial.
reason why
Can
I
I
was
second her
thinking
table?
of doing it.
So let's postpone it until,
But we have to vote, right?
Roberto comes back,
So July?
so that
Or
would be
until a
July.
bylaws decision is made, which,
It's
Which-
gonna be-
Whichever is
probably,
first.
yeah,
Whichever is
we're probably
first.
not gonna be ready to bring that.
Well, if we change this, then we would, within a matter of months, we would hopefully change the bylaw.
Or if we had 5. I mean,
Or if we have 5, but realistically, your suggestion, because he's the treasurer, we should wait until he's here, in my opinion.
all right, so
so is the motion to table until next month, or is the motion
To
to,
table until he's here, which will be in July,
Or to
or until the
table-
bylaws are done,
or
whichever
until
is
the
first.
bylaws. One of the
Whichever's
two,
first?
whichever is first.
Right, whichever is first.
I'll second.
Which one are we on?
Table,
We are-
You're the lawyer, figure it out.
until the bylaws are complete,
Until- okay.
or until the first of the bylaw
Revision.
revision being completed, or
The treasurer is
the
here.
treasurer being present at the board meeting.
Thank you. This is why we have them here.
I'll let you.
or until the
If I
treasurer
understand
is
what it is.
present at a board meeting, whichever comes first?
Yes,
I second.
because I do feel this is an important thing that he should be here for.
Agreed.
This is the motion, there was no
That's what I-
motion
that's
previously
what I
because
gonna
this
ask you
was a
to do, I did.
discussion. Yeah.
Exactly, that's what I wanted to know. So that's just.
No, we don't need
So motion
discussion,
to
right?
table.
No.
No, we're in discussion.
No, because it'll be brought up either when the bylaws are brought up or when our treasurer is here.
Okay, cool. And, who motioned it?
Me.
Okay, that's what I thought, and,
I second.
thank you. And, ready? Can take the vote?
Mhm.
Thank you so much. Trustee Kadir?
Yes.
Trustee Dribbler?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld? Yes. Treasurer, Secretary Rosansky?
Yes.
Vice President Trumpo?
Yes.
President King?
Yes.
And it is 6-0.
Okay, where the
and
heck did I
passes.
put the rest of this?
I just keep flipping mine back and forth.
You know what?
All right, so we are at 11B, discussion on library safety and security.
So I can take the lead on that.
Sure.
Please.
Since our discussion at the last meeting, myself, Human Resources Manager Cassandra Henwood, and Facilities and IT Manager Rich, we did a tour of the facility with a representative from the Niles Police. He gave us recommendations for safety in the building, to improve safety in the building. It was very helpful. He also has trainings that he can offer to the staff that Cassandra is going to work on getting him here for staff training days. So that was really helpful. He did also say that there is no auxiliary police department anymore, so they cannot provide that service as far as security in the building. And as I believe I mentioned at the last board meeting, if we wanted to hire off-duty police officers, we are required to have a minimum of 2 officers at a time for a minimum of 2 hours for $75 to $90 an hour, and they cannot be guaranteed to be here because it's their off-duty time, so it's voluntary. I have also gotten several reports from staff that they would prefer not to have armed officers in the building for several reasons. And the recommendation from staff overall, even though we discussed this at the last meeting, I have come to agree with what they've recommended. They prefer us to consider an in-house security department because we have more control over the training that they receive, the policies that they follow, also when they're here. Because even with a security company, you can't always control who's here when. You can't guarantee that the person they sub out has been trained by me or another library professional because they can rotate day by day. There are several concerns that came up. And the in-house security also becomes familiar with our patrons and with our staff, so there's a higher comfort level, and potentially with our, community in general. So that's something that we would like to consider for the upcoming budget process, is to have the board consider a security department. I understand there are concerns related to training, how we would train them. I would approach other area libraries to see how they train their security officers, if that was the route we wanted to go. I have not yet had an opportunity to compare costs, so that's something I'll also move forward with, is contacting different security companies. And I know Trustee Trunco, at the last meeting, you said you have a consultant who might be available to discuss that, who wouldn't necessarily work with us, but might be able to give us recommendations for who to approach. So I would appreciate that information.
And even, like you say, talking to other libraries, see if they have their own in-house and how they organized it to get started. Because getting it started, I think is going,
It's a
beside
big
the
project.
budget,
Yeah.
it's gonna be a huge project.
Well, and trust me, I fully understand a lot of the staff's concern through conversation with you and everything, but I have a major concern, and I think we all should. We had another incident yesterday here in the library where we did have to call the House Police Department because of an incident. We're going through a budget process and starting a department and doing these things. We could be looking at 6 to 8 to 12 months out till this is done. We see an increase, and I know that this is not new to libraries in general, what's going on, as there's a bill in the House of Illinois from Secretary of State Alexis Jones about, how to proceed with this, but while that's all good and dandy to make that department, we need to have a plan in place now.
In the meantime, it is possible, so the security officer who walked through with us said that he could potentially request, at least in the meantime, that officers who patrol the area might add the library as a stop, just to have a presence in the building that we could inform the staff about and inform the public about while we're looking into a security department. That is an option that I can share with the public and the staff if we wanted to do it. He can't guarantee a schedule because it would depend on, the staffing levels that they have and things of that
And what's
nature.
going
Isn't
on.
that kind of the point? If you think there's a police officer
Yes.
walking in at any random time, you don't know when the person's exactly gonna be there. Hopefully you'll be on a little bit of
seriously,
big.
Valerie, we
that's-
have done that in the past.
That's something to at least have
As a stopgap.
until we get something. Yes, we can call the police over here and they're from, but, short distance. The thing is, I think if we want to consider a department, we need to start figuring out how to do it and how to organize it, because like Mr. Trunco said, it will take a while.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
it will.
And so if we say, we'll put it on then we're not really addressing what needs to be addressed, in my opinion.
So I do think this would be a good temporary measure to have the police stopping by in the
Yes.
short term until we have something in place. And again,
Yes.
as long as we're communicating that to the staff and to the public of this is what's happening. I understand the concerns with firearms, I really do. But I also understand the safety concerns that have been coming up. And just to make a statement for the public, any issue that has come up at the library has been handled safely. No one has been hurt. There have been no negative outcomes. The police have been very responsive, and we appreciate them and their support. So just, there's been nothing of bad consequence that has happened at the library. It's just an increased violations of code of conduct and things of that nature that have escalated to the point where we needed police involvement, but nothing dangerous, nothing scary, nothing of that nature that was not addressed safely. Just to make that statement for the public.
So, I don't know, do we have to vote on this stopgap, or can you
I
just go
believe that's
forward
within
with
her
it?
purview.
Yeah,
or her
I can move forward with that.
responsibilities.
I just wanted to give an update and see, again, share the staff's concerns, see how the board feels related to safety, but there have been safety concerns, not just at this library, but other area
Other
libraries
Yeah,
that the union has brought up as far as us considering safety measures. So, and as long as I can share with the staff that we are considering their concerns and their suggestions for the long term, I think that will work well.
Sounds good.
good.
That's good to me.
All right. Okay, I move to enter executive session to discuss the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of a specific employee or employees of the Niles Main District Library under 5 ILCS 120/2C1, and the discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by section 2.06 under 5 ILCS 120/2C21.
I second.
Okay. It's what time?
10:22?
10:22, okay.
Trustee Kadir,
Yes.
trustee Dudley,
Yes.
trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
secretary Rosansky,
Yes.
vice president Schoenfeld,
Yes.
president Key,
Yes.
6-0 passes.
Okay, so
there we go.
Okay, back in open session. I never can remember if we need a motion to go back into session, but no, right?
No.
We just,
No.
all right. Is there other on the agenda?
No actions, anybody
No
got any
actions on
other?
closed
I,
session?
I have two things for other real fast. In the board packet, I noticed we don't have the FOIA requests listed anymore. We used to have like that FOIA request record where so-and-so requested this information and we gave it to them.
Mhm.
I find that important because I know kind of what's going on in the community, like who's looking for what. Was that even in the board packet when you started?
Mm-mm. I haven't seen that since I've been on it for a year.
Oh,
I haven't seen it, I haven't seen it since I joined.
I know what she's talking about.
Yeah.
It was there.
Because there for a while, we were getting a boatload of FOIAs. Have we really even been getting
We
that
get
many?
some, we don't get very many, we get some. There have also been requests, there is a local area group that's requesting all of the libraries to put their FOIA request lists on the website. So that has been a request generally from the community, just so you're aware. But I'm happy to share it if that's something the
Okay,
board
I
is
can
interested
send you
in.
what we used to have and you
Okay.
see what you think about it, okay?
Sure.
And then my second thing is it's about our board meeting videos.
Mhm.
Rich, when I go on YouTube, there's all this advertising, but the real issue is the screen for the video is so small and I don't see the markers for the agenda items. So I have to listen to the whole thing. Do we not have them?
Well, the screen for the video is as big, you can make it full screen for whatever you're looking at, so if it's
I
TV,
do.
it's gonna be gigantic.
No, but what's missing is usually right below the screen was the,
Right, yes, that is missing, and the reason that's missing is we have no, supervisor for the publicity and marketing department.
so we.
That's why-
Oh, Sasha.
That's why
Entire
Sasha,
one
the
and
Sasha
Yeah.
person needs to
So
be
when
hired.
Sasha wasn't here, he was listening to the live stream and writing notes. If you saw Sasha here, he had a notepad and he would write down, 10 o'clock or 12 o'clock,
Are
whatever it
you
was.
kidding? That's how it's
Yes, that's
done.
how it's done. He manually wrote that down, whether in the meeting or virtually watching from home or the next day, if he had other commitments, for example. And then he would put all that in.
Oh, I didn't know the process,
I
but I'll
missed
tell
that.
you,
See?
it's impossible to go to an agenda item now.
Yeah, it's a little hard. And then furthermore, he would put tags for the time stamp.
Yes,
So that
yeah,
if
it
you
was-
look at the older videos, you'll see the agenda pasted in, and then he would go to each agenda item and paste the link to the timestamp so that you could forward to that.
Oh,
Which
wow.
was very nice.
Yeah. the
But
village has
that
Okay.
was
really
their
just
responsibility.
click right on it.
Because remember, we took over the production of the stream, but it's really the PR department that had.
All right.
that. You know, they used to have a
Okay.
camera here, and then they would
Yes,
upload and all
yes,
that.
yes.
We streamlined that based on the newer technology and whatnot, but they
Okay.
still have to go through and do that. There's automatic chapters that YouTube can create. We uncheck that because it's very unreliable.
Yeah,
Especially with our
I
meetings, it's
understand.
Once we get a new Sasha,
I just thought maybe it was, I'm going again to the wrong YouTube or something. Okay,
And you
so,
know, I think there was a discussion, but it's a lot of time that, you know, you have to get good at it, and then, you know, someone has to listen to, right now, I believe.
too many
5
hours?
hours and 37 minutes.
okay,
Yes.
So now,
I get
mind
it.
you, a lot of that is
Okay,
executive
well-
session or a good part, but
Well, thanks for explaining that. Okay.
absolutely. I'm happy.
Those were my two questions.
Anybody else?
Thank you. I know
I'd
it's late.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn our May 15th, now 16th, regular board meeting.
I
Second. Let her
All
have it.
opposed? 12:30.
I almost said something like I was
And
supposed
I
to.
am